We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're going to get kicked out of being number 2. You're going to go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Well, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest. Which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
to the people who were in attendance when this tragedy happened. Some of them will be traumatized forever. We trivialize violence because we're surrounded by violence. It's in our music, it's in our entertainment, it's in our video games, it's in our literature, it's in our day to day conversations. It's definitely on social media, but it's really traumatizing as hell. So I want to share my condolences, not just to Takeoff's friends and families and the fans, but to the people who were in attendance and had to see that, to the people who worked for him, because it really is a tragedy. It really is a tragedy. We can acknowledge it's a tragedy without using this tragedy to spit and promote what is inherently an anti-Black American trope, Black on Black crime, because that's what some of us like to do. And some of us like to do it. And when I say us, I talk about Black people. Some of us like to do it so we can seem like the morally superior, guy on the corner telling the young man to pick up your pants. Because some of us really get off on thinking we're being a voice on moral superiority. We can condemn violence. We can focus on our community. We can condemn the violence in our community without giving in and pushing the Black on Black crime lie, or without trying to push this belief that somehow Black life doesn't matter to most of us. Because if you look at the data will show that Black life has only mattered to us. Because you don't hear anyone else mourning Black life besides Black people. And since I'm specifying and bringing this down to Black Americans, you don't hear anyone mourning the loss of Black American life besides Black American people. You don't hear anyone taking to the streets, starting programs in their local communities, mentorships, going to politicians, and sometimes running as politicians themselves, even if they're not successful, to address the issues that causes violence in the Black American community besides Black Americans. So we can acknowledge and condemn violent crime within our community, not downplaying how devastating it is without pushing the Black on Black crime lie. That is actually an insult to victims of violence in the Black American community. Okay? By using it to push the Black on Black crime myth. Here are the facts. And I ain't about to go to Google to look up nothing for y'all. If anybody wants to look it up, you can look it up the same way I can look it up. Because that's tedious when you have to go to Google, find an article, post it in Twitter, and share it in the Jumbotron. The same way I found it, you can find it. But here are the facts. According to FBI data, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, before then, the FBI was called the Office of Federal Investigations, I believe. Less than 1%, and this is with Hoover, was framing Black Americans, especially civil rights activists, for crimes. Less than 1% of the Black American community, and I said less, any given year will commit a violent crime. I said less than 1%. And that is backed up by FBI data. Over 50% of the people, some measures have it around 60%, but somewhere between 50 to 60% of those wrongly convicted and those wrongly arrested and then later on exonerated for crime are Black men. And then when you add Black women, it gets into like 70%. So just because we see a Black face being arrested for a crime, because FBI data only shows arrests, it does not show conviction rates, and it doesn't show exoneration rates either, does not mean that Black face committed the crime. Okay? Let's keep those facts in mind before we try to push this Black on Black crime myth. Again, there's a way to condemn violent crime without trying to use it to piss on the Black American community as if we are responsible, all of us en masse, by what less than 1% of our of the small minority does that happens to be a part of our community. Again, it is Black people who usually condemn violent crime in our community more than any other group, because we're usually the only people that care. Nurse Nikki?
Hey guys, good morning to everybody. I want to say the news about Takeoff is just very sad. I woke up to it. Me and my husband discussed it. And my husband, grew up with a hard life when he was younger. And he basically just said that the decisions that Quavo and Takeoff made was just, uh, for lack of a better word, just idiotic. You guys are rich and you're going into an area where people have less money than you playing dice. We all know in our community that dice games are deadly. And most of us teach our children to stay away from that kind of stuff. So I don't understand what will make two millionaires get in an area with people who have less money than them. And from what I'm hearing is that Quavo was getting his pockets broke and got mad. And he started to buck up at the niggas that was there. And now in Texas, they have these gun laws where anybody can carry. So basically, I mean, that's what happened. Takeoff jumped up, didn't know what was going on, and he got shot in the head. Now, what I'm going to say about this Black on Black crime thing is that even in my younger years, I saw Black boys getting framed for crimes they did not commit. I remember a time I was braiding this young man's hair, and I was in high school myself. He was my neighbor from down the street. And the police, as he was leaving my house, stopped him and said, "You look like you fit the description." And I just remember my mother, she went off. She said, "This boy was at my house this whole time. He did not commit a crime." She asked, "Are you detaining him? If not, then I'm going to take him home." And that's what happened. He went home. But we see this kind of stuff where most of our people are good people, but crimes get pinned on us. And I believe a lot of times white supremacists come to our communities and commit crimes, just like they did, at Tops, the deadly shooting, where one of my family members were murdered. You know what I mean? This kind of stuff, white people coming in our communities committing crimes is nothing new. And how we get crimes pinned on us. And just, you know, just anyway, people who commit crimes against each other are often from the same racial category, because our communities are broken off into where only Black people can live in one certain area, only this color people can live in this area. So that's why our crime statistics sometimes can be made to look crazy. Um, I just really, it's just really sad to see what's going on. But I will say this: me and Marcel had a conversation in the DM. Now we talk about Black life don't mean anything. When we die, Black death, we see that our people's burials is getting built up over. They digging up our people's bones. Our cemeteries is turning into resorts and stuff. So in life or in death, we don't matter. We got to just try to get a handle on this the best way we can. And I'm sorry, I don't really have anything else to say. Everybody, good morning.
Good
I
morning.
just,
Hold
I just,
on. Wait. Hold on, Alicia. I'm going to let you speak, but let me say something real quick. I want to say that I don't think it's anything wrong. I sometimes used to wonder too, like when I see celebrities and stuff going to like clubs and stuff like that in environments where they know because they have money they might be targeted. I used to feel that okay, maybe they shouldn't do that, but also they still have the right to do that. Even though I get your point, what I understand is that Takeoff wasn't even involved in this situation at all. He was just like damn there trying to bowl. And I also, from what I heard, was a case of friendly fire. But what I want to say is we can condemn this tragedy. We can talk about violence in the Black American community, but what we not going to do in my presence is talk about Black on Black crime. That is dehumanizing. Any Black person who supports it is dehumanizing us. They are measuring us by the lowest denominators in our community. They are taking less, and I want to say it again, the FBI data, less than 1% of the Black American community, the Black community in America, because they don't disaggregate by whether you're a descendant of American slave or not. Less than 1% commits a violent crime any given year. And you got some of us trying to make all of us responsible for what less than 1% of our community does. And then within that less than 1%, a lot of those people, like you said, Nurse Nikki, are not even guilty of the crime they committed. Years later, you will see them being exonerated and they done lost 20, 30, 10, or even a year of their life too long for a crime that they didn't even commit. So I am not going to accept any of us trying to put these tragic acts on the entire community. We got to do better. No, we don't got to do better. This nation has to do better. I want to know why the only time some of us seem to care about Black life is when it's time to try to put an act of violence in the Black American community on all. That's the only time you hear some of us talk about Black life. When we're out here fighting for reparations, when we're pulling up on these politicians and holding them accountable for not doing policies to make Black life and Black communities and Black people have a higher quality of life, some of those same people are nowhere to be found. But the moment a violent crime happens in the Black American community, those same people are trying to measure us by the lowest denominators in our community. Shut the hell up. If you aren't pulling up on Clyburn and Warnock and all these other politicians who are Black and who say that they are in the Black caucus to advocate for us, and you aren't there, but you want to show up and run your goddamn mouth when a violent act happens in the Black American community, you don't care about Black life. That's the real Black on Black crime. Unleash, you got it.
Hey, good morning, man. Just wanted to tell you, Marcel, I appreciate you as always for holding this platform open. To say that they were ignorant because they were there, well, clearly you're ignorant to what was going on. First of all, that
hold on, Leash. I know this is an emotional topic, but let's just refer to the topic and not to the person or their comments, please, for me, please. That way we can respect the grief that I know some of us are feeling. Please, just please do that for me. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, you good, big fella. Got you. And I appreciate you putting things in perspective. So what was going on was that was actually a birthday party at a bowling alley. That was at 8:10. So they were there celebrating Jazz Prince's birthday. So it was not a dice game they showed up to. They showed up to a birthday party celebration. There was a dice game held at the birthday party celebration. Takeoff didn't even participate. And he's there because he's an artist. He's in the middle of a press run promoting his album. He was just doing a listening party just last week. So everywhere he's been at, this is business. He's an entertainer. It's his job to be in these places to mix and rub elbows. He was there at a birthday celebration. He wasn't at a dice game. The dice game happened at the birthday celebration. He happened to be an innocent bystander. The boy didn't even know what was going on until he was getting killed. So I just want to say that when people jump out and say stuff and don't know what's going on.
Let me say something too. And power players, I'm gonna get to you. Do me a favor, y'all. Y'all know Twitter has me shadow banned. Do I really have to keep telling y'all that? I don't know why, but like 2 weeks ago, Twitter took me all shadow banned, and I was getting like 100 new followers like every other day, because that's usually how it works. And for some reason, they put me back on the shadow ban. They must have taken me off by accident. So please tweet this space out. Please use the Rally for Reparations hashtag, the digit 4. This is about reparations, not about Tariq. I know that's like the biggest obsession on Twitter is Tariq. Can we please put our Tariq hate aside and acknowledge this event can take the reparations message further and wider? I don't care if you feel Tariq was not supportive of other reparations initiatives. This ain't about Tariq. This ain't about Rashad. This is about reparations. Can we please put our Tariq hate aside? Or can you put in your mind that Tariq won't like it if you tweet Rally for Reparations? Okay? Let's pretend like Tariq is not going to like it. Then maybe some of you will actually do it. Because when you, I notice hatred of Tariq motivates some of us a lot more than love of our people. So please put Raleigh for reparations when you tweet this out, if you don't mind, because this can help take the reparations message further. Um, uh, you know, I there is a conversation that people are having about rap culture. I'm gonna talk about that, but I want to let Power Players Magazine speak. Okay, Power Players Magazine, you got it.
Yeah, good morning. Kind of sad to hear this happen in my city. I've been here 50 years in Houston, and I could just say that, brother Marcel, I'm glad that you made this room. And I took my son to school this morning, and he's going his way to high school, and he was like, "Daddy, they took takeoff," and so I thought, maybe he wasn't sure what he was saying, and I was just like, maybe, because Duke the jeweler, who was taken away from his family and his people and from us as a community, was killed here a couple of weeks back, coming down here to shoot dice, ironically, and was $1 million jeweler from Chicago. And basically what happens is, and I don't want to say too much without saying too much, because I know a lot of the people here in this city that pretty much um, kind of run the city behind the scenes, as far as I know, people in the high levels of government, lower levels of government, people on the streets. I grew up in the dice houses. It's always been like, I think what the sister was trying to explain is, anybody knows, in any situation where you roll the dice, there's a level of street activity and street behavior and criminality that comes with it, guns, weapons, and all of us know that, based on anybody that has any family members, whether you're not in that life, that is a part of the life. So we have to be honest with that. It don't have anything to do with a color or anything. It has to do with American society, the amount of guns that we have available to us. Us good people got to buy guns. I just had to order guns and whatnot, but us good people have to have just as many guns as the people that's in the street that's got the guns down here in Texas, because that's what it's come down to. Uh, I understand that they were there at the promotion and Jazz Prince. I didn't know that part. I know the Prince family. I helped raise Jazz Prince as a baby because of his uncle was someone who I went to high school with. But I would just say this: the rappers, I don't know what their security detail is. I say that if you at the level of notoriety that the Migos are, I think there's certain environments you just can't go to. I think if you're gonna hold a dice game, you have to hold dice games under your control. You have to limit who you allow into the dice games if you're gonna do dice games. And I knew when I was going to certain dice games in the hood, I knew everybody had a strap on their side. And I had to watch my homies, because if you win too much money, you was gonna get robbed if you win too much money from dudes that was gonna be hating. Because a lot of times you deal with guys in their 20s and their 30s with egos. So if you lick them for the money, you either throw some money back out there so you don't totally break them. Because if you do, they're gonna feel like you cheated, you did this, you did that. So somebody was gonna die. And we have to understand that there is a subculture that we participate in, that it's exhilarating to you when you're a young man. It's exhilarating to be part of the streets. It feels good, like you connected when you can go in certain places that other people, the so-called squares that I am now. I'm a square now, but I wasn't then. It feels good to be able to go amongst the wolves. But what we have to realize, but when you have a certain value, you can no longer participate and be around certain places. You can't be in scenarios where people are living in the underground culture. If you're going to continue to live, if you're going to continue, people got people's back home depend on you to be able to break that bread. Not only are you a artist, you're a company. People have salaries based on you back home, that didn't have jobs and careers. People depend on you to change generational wealth for the family. And for those who don't realize that, the Migos, those boys are family. They're cousins and uncle. And I don't know exactly how the family structure goes, but they're all kin to each other. And so for a lot of us that know how Houston go, A lot of us know that Dr. Dooley just lost his life in the same situation around some of the same folks thinking he was protected down here in our city. And at one point in time, a lot of cats was protected when they came down here. If they said they was coming down here at one point in time, they was protected. But there's a changing of the guard, and things ain't as thorough as they used to be, and the wolves are out. And if you don't pay for security and have a 10-man detail when you worth millions of dollars that's strapped up and you get into an argument with the wolves, you better bring wolves too. Matter of fact, you better bring gorillas. You better bring the wrath of God with you in an armored truck if you're gonna come down to some of these major cities. Because all the people that do some of this stuff ain't always from these cities. Some of these people float from city to city looking for these artists that they know are worth millions of dollars. And if you're worth millions of dollars, you're a target for somebody. That one watch that you have on your wrist can change that person's life. That could pay their house note, their car note. And we in a very, very bad time where people are hurting. So what the first thing, if I'm broke and I lost it all, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look at you and want to victimize you. My wife about to leave me, or my child's mother about to leave me. I'm looking like a loser. I'm gonna be at the place where the celebs at. I'm gonna make sure that we cause beef and cause some type of issue because I know I want to be able to hurt you. I don't even got to rob you, but just because you looking like money and I know you got money and I don't. And I'm not saying I know all the details. I'm just saying that this is normally how the streets go. Brother Marcel, I leave it at that. I dock my boat. RIP to the young brother. And you're a blessing, brother. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. We love you.
Thank you, power players. Let me tell you, y'all, it ain't just Texas power players too. Let me tell you. I mean, I know Texas has that gun loving culture. That's America. This is America. America has an issue with people not having conflict resolution skills, being quick to run to get their gun. This is America, y'all. I mean, there's a reason why America has that wild, wild west mentality. And this
Thank
ain't
you.
and you're welcome. And this ain't just something that exists among Black American men either. America, period, has an issue with people, period, but especially men who have a poor conflict resolution skills. Okay? But it's crazy. You don't ever hear people say white on white crime. Yet, whites actually kill white people, but almost 100% of the time, is the same proportionality with Black people. Every community is mainly murdered and killed by people of their community. But check this out. Violent crime has been shown to correlate with poverty. Poverty, and the longer a group or community is in poverty, usually the more violence you're going to see in their communities. However, that being said, Black Americans commit violent crime around the same rate as the white American community, but the white American community has 90% more wealth than we do. So pretty much, if the Black American community had the wealth that we are owed, there will be almost no violent crime in our community, because with the level of poverty and disenfranchisement and lack of access to mental health and the high level of stress we deal with on a day-to-day basis, our level of violent crime is still less than 1%. And even within that less than 1%, you have a huge number of Black people, men and women, who are wrongly arrested, wrongly convicted, and later exonerated for violent crimes. But y'all, imagine the Black men and women who die in prison, or God forbid, have been put to death and didn't commit the crime. But now someone said to me, because you got some of us is going to hold on to that BS. Someone said to me, I turn on the news every day and I see Black on Black crime. Well, dummy, you should know that they're always going to show us in our worst light. They don't talk about the Black men and black women, I know y'all out there too, okay? But let's just focus on black men, because usually we talk about black on black crime. They usually don't bring up the women and the girls. It's usually they're trying to use that to dehumanize black men and boys. Yeah, even our children, they try to dehumanize. They don't talk about a black man or a black boy who supposedly killed another black person, but they don't talk about the black men who are mentoring black boys in the community and need donations and need exposure and need support. You won't hear them being put on the news. You won't hear them talking about the black boys who are going around and doing positive things in their community, like trying to start piloting programs, aviation programs, who are excelling in school in spite of all of the drama they put up with, or who may not be excelling in school but are studying their behinds off to do their best, who are staying after school to stay with the teacher to get more assistance. You don't hear them talking about the needs and the resources those black kids need, but they don't push this black on black crime myth. Meanwhile, white men and boys are killing each other at the same rate without the poverty that the black American community has. You won't ever hear the words white or white crime being mentioned. You won't ever hear a white celebrity or a white politician say, we've got to do better. Never. They don't say about the Asian American community. And Hispanic and Latino, that's not a racial group, that's an ethnicity. But you won't ever hear them say that about Hispanic and Latino ethnicity, even though Latin America has the highest rate of violent crime in the world. Harlan, you got it.
Hey, what's going on, brother Marcel? Shout out to you. Shout out to the family. Can't wait to see everybody this Saturday, man, for the rally. I'm definitely going to be there, driving in from Pittsburgh. First things first, man. Condolences to that person, to take off, and to his family. Every time a rapper or somebody in that community and somebody in that realm dies, gets killed, gets shot, the first thing we want to do is dehumanize, and we forget that that person is a human. That person was a brother, was a cousin, was a son, was an uncle, had family, has a mother. You know what I'm saying? And the first thing that we do is we try to well, I won't say we, but the dominant society tries to dehumanize and make that person less than. We can't exist. We can't go anywhere. You can't go to a bowling alley. You can't have fun. You can't do anything. I saw that thing 19 Keys posted. It is pretty disrespectful to say that in order for us to even have an ounce or iota of respect from anybody, we have to then love ourselves first. That's that respectability politics bullshit. And that shit don't fly, man. We absolutely command respect as humans existing on this fucking planet, especially black people, with what we fucking gone through. So to say that is absolutely fucking inhumane to me. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't condone that shit at all. And again, we have to get off of this. Well, if he just wasn't here, if he wasn't there, like I tell everybody, if I can't enjoy or do anything because I'm black, I'm not going to enjoy shit in life. They fuck with us on all four corners of this fucking globe. So if I can quote unquote be somewhere because I have to watch the dangers and this and that and the third, then you might as well stay your ass in a fucking hamster bubble. Because there's no way you're going to be able to experience life or anything. So we got to get off of that. I mean, I understand unnecessarily putting yourself in certain positions and whatnot. But I think the one brother made a very, very solid point when he said, hey, this is this man's job. I mean, promoting albums and promoting music and that's what it is. You're all over the United States. You're all over the world. They're going to take you to different clubs. They're going to take you to different spots. I mean, I used to work in TV broadcasting, and I used to do producing and whatnot. And I'm telling you, they'll set up a camera and they'll put you in the hoodest of bars and clubs and whatnot. As long as the promoter done made his little 10, 15,000, as long as the people done showed up, that's all that matters. So yeah, just saying all that to say, man, the man should be able to exist when and where he wants to. You should be able to go and come and do as you please, regardless of the situation. Again, understanding, not putting yourself in harm's way. But yeah, to use this as a way to dehumanize black people is just status quo. You see politicians, sons, people, different white politicians get busted with drugs, fucking with people and shit, fighting with, was it Ron and Rand Paul and all them people? There's all kinds of fucking crimes and shit that white people do that you don't ever hear or have studies or statistics of whenever they're talking about the detriment or the plight against that people. No, they only use that to try to make us look subhuman. So I land my plane there. Can't wait to see you, brother Marcel. I know you're gonna spit that hot gull of fire.
You got it. Thank you. Yeah, so y'all, and then he's trying to double down on it. 19 keys. Talk about some. He lives in St. Oakland and St. Louis. Answer the reality every single day. So I'm responding to him right now, y'all. So I'm a little distracted. That's why I say, you know what else is a reality? Only Male Cruz. Can I invite you to co-host with me? Because you know we kind of look out for each other.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
I love a lot of y'all, but y'all be getting to y'all little Twitter wars. Y'all be blocking 2,000 people, 4,000 people. And next thing you know, my room got 60 people. I'll bring some of y'all up to co-host. My room got 4. I'm like, what the hell? Who the Thanos snap? And I'll be like, yeah, why half my room disappear? So I gotta get people who don't have everyone blocked because I ain't gonna get pulled in the middle of y'all little fights. Anyway, I'm going to stick with the facts. I'm about to go back in on 19 Keys. This is a guy y'all were telling me that was big up in, and he's used his platform to spread some black on black crime live, knowing that less than 1%, and maybe he didn't know, but now he does. FBI data, less than 1% of the black American community commits a violent crime any given year. Black American men are over 50 to 60% wrongly arrested and wrongly convicted of a crime and then later exonerated. He talks about crime that he has seen in black communities. You know what else you'll see in those black communities? You will see deep poverty. You will see lack of mental health access. You will see high levels of stress on a day-to-day basis because of that brutal poverty. You will see lack of clean water. You will see broken infrastructure and poor schools. You will see parents working their fingers to the bone and still barely making it. You will see people who have inherited centuries-long trauma that this nation's done nothing to address. That's the black on black crime, okay? We can condemn violence in our community. We can say that it is unfortunate without painting us and measuring us by the lowest of our denominators, because you won't hear them talking about white communities that way, or Asian, or Native Americans, or the ethnic group, because I will never refer to them as a racist. That's the little con they try to pull, Hispanic and Latinos that way. We are the only community sits back and thinks it's okay to measure us by our lowest denominator, making the majority of us responsible for what less than 1% of our community has done. Ain't gonna fly with me. That bird don't got no wings nor feathers. The homie Steph, you got it.
What's going on, y'all? Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, peace, Marcel. It's my first time speaking to you, good brother. But and peace to everybody in the chat, man. I just wanted to say, I think we gotta be careful with a lot of the words and verbiage we use, addressing our people in terms of words like value. We have certain value. Man, we all have value, and I think we gotta be careful of how we kind of hold certain people up in our communities um, to an extreme, and don't individualize it. And then also, um, I think it's important to dispel like the negative uh, information that's being put out there about this tragic event. Like the one guy, the one brother who came on, and he kind of broke down on what actually happened at the event, and it wasn't about him being involved in a dice game. So let's not continue to bring up a dice game, this dice game, that, because you know they're gonna run with it. So let's just stop bringing up anything about a dice game at all. I mean, they're gonna look to run with the most negative shit that they can. So just stop bringing that up altogether, regardless if it was a dice game there or not. And I don't mean that with any disrespect to anybody. It's all love. I'm just saying. Also, Marcel, you kind of touched on a point that I was going to speak on in terms of the FBI statistics. Um, we got to take that with a grain of salt. You know, eh, even though we commit way less crimes uh, than the dominant society, you still got to take that with a grain of salt because we've always been largely unjustly convicted of a lot of violent crimes and things like that. So um, I just wanted to speak to that. My bad. I'm just waking up, so
No, it's okay. And this is a hell of news to wake up to. And let me say this. Takeoff is getting a lot of attention because he's a human being and people are going to be mourning him deeply, and he deserves to be mourned. And condolences again to his family, friends, people who worked with him, because you can develop close, strong feelings for people with whom you work. Trust me, you definitely can. I had a teacher, one of my colleagues died from COVID-19, and they didn't think it was going to impact me so much. However, there are many people who don't have the name recognition whose lives are taken too soon from violence. And yes, one person is too many. So a lot of them are our Black American brothers and sisters, especially our Black American brothers. We can condemn and acknowledge that without demonizing our whole community, okay? Because first of all, we think that for every murder or act of violence that happens in our community, there's a different individual for each murder. No, sometimes it's the same damn person who has murdered several people that should not be out in our communities, but were let out in our communities, would not be let out in any other community. And then you have a brother or a sister who might just, jaywalk, and they're thrown in jail and prison for several damn months or years for the slightest crime. But the real violent people are allowed to run amok. Another issue we don't talk about a lot. Another issue we don't talk about enough, outside of the fact that FBI data, less than 1% of us will commit a violent crime in any given year. We are the most likely to be wrongly convicted and wrongly arrested first and foremost, and then wrongly convicted of a crime and most exonerated. Another thing we don't talk about a lot is how when we see a Black face that was unfortunately a victim of violent crime, we automatically assume it's a Black person that did it. Yet, Chicago is a real interesting place because several times in Chicago, they've arrested white people walking around some damn black mask who was going around shooting other Black people. And some of us will talk about, you see, we've got to do better because we just assumed because the victim was Black, that means the perpetrator was Black. And that's not always the case. Only Mel Cruz, you got it.
Hey, thanks, Marcel. I appreciate you letting me speak. Good morning, everybody. One of the things, when I read this headline, the first thing I thought about was the issue that Offset and Quavo and Takeoff, that they were having just among themselves. And so I think that the mourning, I think the mourning that Cardi B and Offset and Quavo are going to be going through is going to be unique in a sense, because there was some contention between that entire group, if you will. And so I know that they, Quavo and Takeoff had made some type of Nicki reference about Nicki being able to beat Cardi in a rap game or whatever. But so this whole situation is just going to hit differently, because at least is what I'm thinking, because if they were divided, will they be able to get past the thing that had them kind of split up in a way emotionally, and will they be able to come together? Because this is really going to be impactful. I think more significant than if they had all been together. I don't know if anybody understands what I'm saying there, but that's just what I wanted to share. And it's just, RIP to Takeoff. It's sad.
some of us, I know we've been talking about rap culture. Like, okay, some people probably think, okay, yeah, this ain't a black issue, but it's a rap culture issue. Let's talk about that for an issue, because I've been wanting to talk about that for a while. First of all, shut your mouth, okay? Second of all, let's understand something. Is the culture rap culture, or is the culture American culture? Is it that rappers are bringing drugs and violence, or is it that a lot of rappers come from communities that have been in such deep poverty that drugs and violence, which by the way, the drugs were imported by the American government, have been a part of their lives? Is it that we take the fish out the pond, or the fish fills the pond with water and hops in? Which one is it? This is not a rap culture community. It is an American culture problem, because the fact that we have so many young black men who come from environments where there was a lot of drugs and violence. I ain't no damn rapper, and yet I grew up in a community that had, unfortunately, a disproportionate amount of drugs and violence. And I ain't from the streets or nothing like that, nor were my parents. And yet drugs and violence were mainstays in our areas, okay? That's an American problem. So sometimes, and I'm with Quavo and Migos, I don't know, Unleash gave us some more context. Unleash, I'm coming back to you. But sometimes I used to say too, well, why are they still going to that strip club? Or my mother would sometimes say, okay, they got money now. Why are they still going back to those areas? They're not going back to those areas. They live in those areas. They're from those areas. Their family members are in those areas. Sometimes they're visiting family like they have a right to do. Sometimes they're visiting friends like they have a right to do. No one says anything when you see like a Matthew McConaughey go to his little Texas bumpkin place and talk about he's from his roots. Some of them are going back to their communities. Why are we blaming them for being in those communities instead of blaming the people in power for allowing those communities to be in such dire, impoverished conditions? That's what we need to be talking about the most. That's the problem that we don't mention. Unleash, I'm going to get to you, then I'm going to go to 19th Keys, and this week I'm going to get to you. Well, Unleash, hold on. Since you spoke already, let me go to 19th Keys since he just came up. And my interaction with him was kind of what sparked this. 19th Keys, you got it.
Peace, family. Peace and blessings to everybody that's on here. Hope everybody having a good day. Even with the tragic news on our brothers losing his life over something senseless. I put out the post, Black life has to matter to us first before it matters to anyone else. And that's really just an emphatic statement that's true. It's really no argument there, it's just a reality. And I speak in a multi-dimensional sense. I don't speak from a political angle, because that's not my bag, right? So when I'm speaking to my people, I'm talking about us having self-love, regardless if I'm speaking to the hip-hop community or I'm speaking to the streets that I grew up in, like St. Louis and Oakland, who have some of the highest crime rates and murder rates. And I've experienced that. I've seen it. I lived in it. You understand me? So I'm speaking directly to the streets because they need to understand that. Right? We talk about a lot of different things that happen in the world, but at the core of it, Black men, right? And I'm talking directly to that 1%. You understand me? Because everybody else don't need the message, but the 1% need the message. And as a leader, as a thought leader, as somebody that gives guidance to our people, being in the FOI, we growing up in the streets and going to our brothers that was once murderers and giving them knowledge of self and teaching them how to love themselves and how to love their people. That is a key thing that we have to have influence. So it's nothing for us to argue about. It's just a statement that was based on truth. You understand me? So I appreciate y'all having dialogue that's positive, but there's no reason to get at your brother, because I believe that that's the same type of energy that perpetuates and psycholizes, the system that we do have. Whether it's 1% or 2% or 5% is too much. And we do know within the hip hop community, we've seen a disproportionate amount of young Black men die way too early, specifically in Texas and California. So with that issue being said, sometimes you got to look at the demographic that we're speaking of. Because in Texas, there's way too many Black rappers, male and female, dying in Houston and Dallas, right? And the same thing in LA, which is where I live now. It's happening at an alarming rate and always have been. So sometimes we're speaking directly to the demographic in which is happening, because everybody else that's going about their normal life, and that's not living in a situation, they don't have to deal with it. But the people who need that advice, that's who I speak to.
Oh, thank you. Before I respond, let me say, for those of you who are just coming in, we are first of all sharing our condolences with Takeoff. I don't care. That's somebody's son. I don't know if Takeoff was a father. I don't think he was, but if he was somebody's father, some people loved him. Friends, family, colleagues, and the people who even probably didn't know him, but were just there and saw that act of violence are going to be traumatized. Trust me. Seeing one act of violence can be extremely traumatizing. And just because and when I say we, I'm talking about us as a country, Americans, have sort of normalized violence. It's in our movies, our music, it's everywhere. Doesn't mean it should be normalized. We shouldn't minimize the impact it has. So if you could please retweet this out. And for those of you who don't mind, if you can tweet out rally for reparations, the digit 4, that'll be great. I know some of you have issues with Tariq, so this isn't about Tariq. This is about the rally. This is about the reparations message. So if you can help do that, that'll be great. And if you could tweet out this space, that'll be great, because we really need to talk about this. Every time these things happen, you hear this black on black crime, lie and myth, slithers way back in. So 19th Keith, I just want to respond to you. Okay, so I know you say, you're speaking to that 1%, and it shouldn't even be 1%. Well, it's not 1%. It's not 1%. It's less than 1% of the Black American community will commit a violent crime any given year. And I actually, the first time I heard that, I forgot that white guy's name, Tim Wise, I think his name, whatever. And I went and looked it up myself, and I went through every record of the Black American community, and even from the high of the late 70s and the 80s was insane to the early 90s. Our violent crime rate, proportion to the percentage of the people committing a violent crime in our community, not a murder, just a violent crime in general, which could be assault. That means you got assault, you got rape, you got murder, manslaughter, all of those things, and it was less than 1%. So it is less than 1%. As a person who lost people to violent crime, okay, I definitely don't minimize the impact that violent crime can have. But I also realize that every community deals with violent crime, and yet no community is demonized, okay, and dehumanized because of violent crime that happens in their community. That has always been done to us. Right after the Civil War ended and they did the Emancipation Proclamation, you had tropes like black on black crime. These lazy Negroes just don't want to work. They just want to hang around and drink. That's the root of all these things. We have to be careful with the language we use, because we are a people in this country with a unique history, okay? No other group is dehumanized and has been dehumanized the way we have. With other groups, you don't hear white on white crime, even though Black Americans and white Americans commit violent crime against people of their own demographic at the same rate. You do not hear white on white crime. You never, ever, ever do. You don't hear Asian crime. And Hispanic and Latinos are not a race, and I will never refer to them as a race. They are ethnicity, but Hispanic and Latinos have some of the highest rates of crime in the world. But you never hear that brought up, ever. No, you hear the hard-working Hispanic, the hard-working Latino, okay? You hear us saying we need to move to the white neighborhoods, ignoring all the crime that happens in those white neighborhoods. Black Americans, descendants of American slaves, we are the only group that is dehumanized. It is dehumanizing to Takeoff. It's dehumanizing to all of us to measure us by the worst acts of violence and the worst instances in our community, and ignoring the fact that 99.9% of us will never commit a violent crime on any given year. Now, you mentioned Oakland and you mentioned St. Louis. I don't know about Oakland, but I know St. Louis. I know you said you see the violent crime every single day. You know what else I know you see in St. Louis? You see deep, heartbreaking poverty every single day. You've seen heartbreaking poverty that has existed in St. Louis for damn near over a century, okay? When Black Americans built up wealth in St. Louis had one of the worst racial massacres in America. They destroyed a thriving black community. You got white people who were crying and whining to the government, rich white people who were crying and whining to the government when COVID hit that they were losing their life savings and their businesses in which they invested everything. Well, how much more so when black Americans who had nothing built something only for it to be burnt down by the disgusting anti-black white mob. If you got rich white Americans who have been rich for centuries saying that they've lost everything in the span of a year, then how much more so can burning down an entire thriving black community cause us to be set back and when we've already been forced way to the back, 400 years to the back? So you will also see deep poverty in St. Louis. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but I know you do. I learned this in college. St. Louis has a long-standing issue with water. Literal sewage is sometimes open in certain parts of St. Louis. So you will see dilapidated infrastructure. You will see bad schools. You will see a community that has been flooded with drugs that the American government brought, and even if they did not import, which we know they did, they've allowed to proliferate in black communities. You will see bad schools. You will see a lot of homelessness. You will see people with high levels of stress. You will see people suffering from lead poisoning that was big in St. Louis as well. Before we talk about black on black crime and how we have to love each other, talk about how this government has not loved us and the implication that has on us. Another thing, it is very dangerous. It's extremely dangerous to say we gotta love each other before others love us. That is pretty much giving a license for our murder and dehumanization. That is pretty much the same as saying that if we don't love each other, it's okay for other groups to do whatever the hell they want to do to us. You never hear that being said about any other community. White Americans, not all obviously, but white Americans, I'm just speaking general terms here, have raped, murdered, stealed, enslaved, mutilated, torn babies out of women's stomachs, fed them to alligators. And yet no one can justify me saying I'm going to go out here and murder white Americans. That will be awful and it will be inexcusable. But according to the logic that people like to put on black Americans, if a community does bad things, then they don't deserve to be treated in a human manner. So that means I have a right to go out there and start to brutalize Hispanic and Latinos because Latin America has the highest rate of violence in the world. Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, Brazil, Venezuela. Those countries have murder rates that make the worst war-torn countries look peaceful. But no one in their right mind can justify saying, well, Hispanic or Latinos, we don't have to treat them like humans because look at all the problems they got. So why is it when black Americans, the group that's been forced into poverty, the group that has inherited generational trauma, they did a study on Holocaust survivors, their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren shows high levels of stress, depression, anxiety, and they said that trauma can be inherited. If that happened from the Holocaust, which lasted, what, like a decade? Imagine how much trauma we as descendants of American slaves have inherited. But we don't have access to mental health. And when we do go to get access to health, whether it's physical, mental, we have to deal with anti-blackness in the medical field. So even if those of us who can't afford to get mental health, we got to make sure that our psychiatrists or counselors not anti-black American. We deal with levels of poverty. We deal with levels of homelessness and stress and all types of issues that we deal with that were inflicted upon us. So when you say that we got to love ourselves first for others love us, it is pretty much saying that others don't have to love us because supposedly we don't love ourselves, even though the data shows 99.9% of the Black American community will never commit a violent crime. And violent crime is not just manslaughter and murder and rape. That includes simple things like assault. And you know, they arrest a Black person in a minute. You just bump against somebody, you arrested for assault. That means all of those crimes combined, less than 1% of our community will do that. So where is this? And I know you say you're speaking to the 1%. I heard that part, but okay, that you're speaking to the 1%, but there's also going to be the 1% that don't listen. So that's like saying because less than 1%, less, it's not 1%, less than 1% of the people in our community are disgusting miscreants. Because of them, we deserve love. Because of them, other people don't have to love us. Because of them, we don't deserve to be treated like humans. Is that what you're saying?
Peace, brother. I appreciate you articulating your passion. Now, here's the reality of it. Me, as I literally left yesterday, speaking at Royal Albert Hall, it's a place that Farrakhan had booked before he was banned to come out here in the UK because they was afraid that he was going to synergize and energize the people out here. And what I do is I go and I travel around the whole world and I teach people financial education and the very things that cause the poverty issues that you just talked about. You know what I mean? So I'm actively engaged in dealing with that on a daily basis. So when the base of my people hear me say things, they listen to it in that context because I speak on things from a sociological level, a biological level, a psychological level, and a spiritual level. And most of all, as well, a financial level. So I'm pretty much teaching a holistic manner. So if you take things out of context in a silo based on the way that you look at things from your perception based on politics, then yes, you're going to get a misperception of the things that I'm speaking on. But if you follow me and you know what I'm about, then it's very hard to misunderstand my words because you know the context and you know who I am, which is very, 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 very important. So regardless of what white person put out as a trope, I'm always going to teach self-love. I'm always going to teach self-knowledge because that's part of the process of reconditioning our people so that they do love themselves. Whether I'm speaking to the average person, whether I'm speaking to the world, as long as the message hits the heart and the person reflects upon that, then we good. I'm not worried about how the whole entire world views us, but at the same time, we know what the reality of it is that yes, unfortunately, we have been dehumanized, and I'm not looking for no savior. I'm not looking for nobody else to do nothing for us because I believe in a do for self model. You understand me? That's what we teach because everything that I've done from every situation that I've arisen from has been based on me educating myself, going from that darkness and bringing things to light and becoming an inspiration based on my leadership and my example sake. So we don't hold no excuses. We don't do none of that. You understand me? And yes, we understand epigenetics is based on 7 generations. So we teach that as well, how to remove that trauma. You understand me? How to get past that so you can actually get to progress. But at the same time, we don't ignore those, like I said, where I come from. I'm speaking to my hometowns, Oakland and St. Louis. You understand me? I done seen people get shot and killed in front of my school. You understand me? In front of my house. I know killers. I know murderers. So like I said, I'm speaking to a demographic. And the rest of the people understand the context in which I come from because I'm not just a simple person. You understand me? I'm multidimensional and I'm multi-layered. So therefore, I just want you all to understand that nobody is saying the things that you're saying are not right and correct. But two things can be correct at the same time, depending on the context established upon that. But I appreciate y'all having this conversation nonetheless. You understand me? Because I believe that y'all heart and y'all spirit is in the right place. And that's in an upliftment and a mobilization of our people. I just had Tariq Nasheed on my platform, right? I probably gave him the biggest interview he's had in years, right? Because at the same time, I want to help mobilize the movement that y'all doing with reparations. You understand me? But those reparations also come with repairment of the mind. Because if you give the people something they're not ready for, it can be more dangerous for them. So both of us are doing our jobs on two sides of the coin. So I salute y'all to continue to have these type of conversations, especially in the light of issues like this, because I believe it's nothing but progress.
Okay, well, thank you. And let me say, I mean, no one's negating the good work you do. And two, I don't consider myself a politician. Trust me, I was just that's not even a year ago, just a matter of months ago. I was just almost a 2 decade long teacher in a small southern town. Definitely not who had never even voted before, who had never paid politics any attention. The reason I got involved in politics is because I was seeing the same things you were seeing. I ain't from the streets, ain't never ran in the streets, and I was still seeing the same issues. People who had never been in the streets, seeing the same things you had seen. I was in my district, my school district where I grew up. In it's the lowest performing school district in South Carolina, and South Carolina is usually 43 to 48. when it comes to being of American schools. So one of the lowest performing seats. And I was doing mentoring programs and my kids were winning competitions and I had kids coming to me reading on a first grade level. By the time they left me, they will be on a sixth, seventh, eighth grade level. And I just thought I was giving back and doing good for the community. And those kids were still getting killed. Those kids were still ending up in poverty. Those kids were still ending up losing their parents or grandparents 20 acres of land and having nothing. You know what I came to realize? It ain't us that's the problem. It's them that's the problem. There is a way for us to always improve and become better ourselves. We've been doing that. Ain't no community in this country it's no group in the world has done what we have done, descendants of American slaves. No group in the world has picked themselves up by their bootstraps and didn't even have a boot. Didn't even have shoestrings. Sometimes they cut our damn feet off. And we still managed to pick ourselves up and built Black Wall Streets and they were burnt down. No group managed, without having a penny in our pocket, still managed to get 16 to 19 million acres of property, only to get them nearly all stolen, 90% stolen. I realized that it wasn't us loving ourselves, it was them. It was them hating us. And I don't care if they hate us, but they're going to do right by us. And that's why I ran for office, because I realized that all the mentoring programs and the holistic care, because I was into that stuff too with my students. I realized that there were systemic issues that went way beyond us, but it was a system that was targeting us. I always realized that the worst among us is not a good reflection of us. Okay? And I'm never going to measure us by the worst among us. No other group has that done. Someone's off the mic. Oh, so yeah, that's why I got involved in this, because I realized where the problem really lies. And the problem does not lie with us. Okay? We can always try to better ourselves without demonizing us for what the worst of us does. Because like I said, whenever you find quote unquote black on black crime, which again, less than 1% of the people in our community, less than 1%, less any given year will commit a violent crime. And like I said, 60 to 70% of those, okay, 60 to 70% of the people wrongly convicted, wrongly arrested, and then later exonerated for crime are Black Americans too. So hell, you can't even say for sure we're the ones that did it. But even if we're the ones that did it, whenever you find acts of violence in Black communities, you are usually more likely to find in our communities than anyone else's deep poverty that's been there for generations, that we were forced into, homelessness, mental health issues from inherited trauma. We cannot talk about one without talking about the other. And even though we're focusing on us, again, and I'm coming to the hand, y'all, give me a second. And even though we're focusing on us, we need to also focus on the fact that we're holding ourselves to a higher standard than any other community. You don't hear Asians saying age on Asian crime, even though most Asians are killed by other Asians. White Americans actually kill each other at a higher rate than Black Americans, but you will never hear the media saying white on white crime. And unlike our community, the white American community does not have the high levels of poverty and inherited trauma that the Black American community has. The white American community is actually under-policed. The white American community is actually more likely to get a slap on the wrist, even when it comes to things like violence and rape. So it's not an issue of us loving ourselves. We are the only people who care about us. It's funny how some of these people who don't mention reparations for Black Americans that we deserve, who don't mention the compensation for stolen land, who don't mention our Freeman hospitals and Freeman schools, all of a sudden, when a Black man like Takeoff is killed, all of a sudden they care about Black life. And oh, look at this Black crime. But you can't get them to mention Black policies for these Black communities. If we want to talk about Black on Black crime, I want to hear some Black on Black policies. 19 Keys, if you want to respond, I'll let you. Then I'm gonna move on to the hands.
Now, I wanted to say before you close, you shed a lot. I just want people to know and understand you're conflating a lot of different things. And nobody is saying Black crime at all. You understand me? I just want that to be understood. If I'm not saying Black on Black crime, and you explaining it to the people like I am, you understand me, then you playing yourself, not me in this game, regardless of how loud you get with this. So when I say something, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say, and I say it the exact way that I want to say it on purpose. You understand me? And only I can explain what that means. Nobody else can speak for me, because I am one of the best of us. You understand me? And I represent that in my daily life as a black man, as an FOI, as somebody that's been in the streets and that got the answers and the solutions. So black love is the key to all of this shit, because reparations is about repairment of a people. And if we don't love ourselves, to eat right, to stop aborting our babies, to stop killing each other, to stop degrading each other, and stop creating a false culture, and we can't put so many excuses in front of it, because we now do have the tools to be able to free ourselves, and that's based on educating ourselves with those tools. So I know that for a fact. I got 7 brothers that I give the game to, and we all grew up in poverty conditioned environments. We all grew up in the worst and worst. We all had cases. We all came from the same shit, but at the same time, we black gods, and that's how we rock with it. So when I'm speaking to black gods, it may be different than a person speaking to, you know, whoever may be of a different ethnic background, different religion, culture, what all of that may be. But I'm telling us that hell yeah, self-love is a reflection of all love. Ain't shit gonna happen unless we love ourselves. Y'all going for reparations because you love yourself. You talking to black people because you love yourself. A person eat right is because they love themselves. If they get free, it's because they love themselves. Everything comes back down to self-love. And it also goes towards self-hate, because that's the reason that we kill each other. You understand me? Whether it's a 0.1%, whether it's one person, whether it's 10 people, it don't matter for me. You know what I'm talking about? So at the same time, the energy of any black man in America, in the world, any fucking where, saying something about we gotta love ourselves is only a good message. There's nothing negative about that, and there is no way to politicize that message whatsoever. It's just, yes, there's black love, then we move on and say, where do we go from next? And I am a person that has answers, so I don't get cornered, you understand me, and not being able to provide the solution at the same time as I present the problem. But with that being said, man, y'all enjoy y'all forum, and y'all continue to politicize however way you need to campaign. I'm out, man. Peace.
This is not politicizing. This is discussing an issue that happens every time there's an act of violence in the black community. We get bombarded with this: we don't love ourselves. No, I need people to speak for themselves. I need people to speak for themselves. Sometimes those people don't love us, and they need to speak for themselves, because the data show it is only black people that have ever only cared about black people. Okay, when black people are hungry, it's usually other black people who are coming to feed them. When black people need a place to stay, it's only black people giving them a place to stay. When things are going on in our community, it is black people in the streets dealing with it without support, without attention. Maybe if the media gave as much attention to the black people who are in the streets every single day doing good work, instead of trying to highlight the extremely small minority of us that do these awful things, then these small minority issues would cease to exist. So when people say we don't love ourselves, I need them to speak for themselves, because no one accuses white people of not loving themselves. No one accuses the other community of not loving themselves because they have a small segment of their population that does bad things. But somehow we are represented by the small segment of our community. And to say that pretty much we don't get love, or we don't deserve love in a sense because we don't love ourselves, that's a dangerous thing to say, because no other community is judged by the worst of them to see if they should get loved or not. And there's just no way around that point. Unleash, I'm back to you, then I'm going to Nurse Nikki. And y'all, I'll give y'all like 2 minutes, okay? Unleash, you there? All right, Nurse Nikki.
Hey, I just wanted to mention, the co-host made a really good point about, how Takeoff and Offset and Quavo were all into it before his death. And it'll be really interesting and very sad to see how they navigate their grief, because they were not on good terms. And then I want to see who is really going to profit from the death of this young man. And I wanted to let everybody know earlier when I mentioned I really didn't have all the facts of the situation to know that he was going to work and then that happened to him. That violence like that is very sad. And I really empathize with his family, because it's going to be hard to know that your friend, your brother, your cousin died, and you guys were not on good terms. And that's all I'm gonna say.
I know, and they were so close. It almost reminds me of TLC, like when Left Eye wasn't murdered, obviously, but when Left Eye died, TLC was kind of going through a little bit of a, they were kind of coming back together, kind of going through a little bit of a hard time. That is going to be tough, and that's why we need to not dehumanize Takeoff and dehumanize our people by making it some anti-Black American, black on black crime trope. Also, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna be quick. I want to say, when have we not loved ourselves? We loved ourselves on the plantations. They were still cutting our hands off, cutting our noses off, setting us on fire, feeding our kids to alligators, and hanging us from a tree. Us loving ourselves. We loved ourselves during the civil rights movement, and they were bombing our churches and blowing up our little girls and killing our civil rights activists in their driveways and raping our women. Us loving ourselves have never made them love us. Okay? Let's get that clear. I don't even know who's next. Israel, you've been waiting. Israel?
Yeah. Marcel, I just wanted to say, it's a very sick game. It's being played on us, and a very sick game is being played on us. Quavo or Takeoff. The how the music is set up is, if everybody turns on their music right now, their radio, and they go to a Black station, they'll hear nothing but negative stuff about them. But when you go to a predominantly white station, all you hear is party in the USA, all positive. It's mental warfare. What happened to Takeoff? We ain't gonna say it was black on black crime. We ain't gonna call it that. Because had they never took us from Africa in the first place, some of us, we wouldn't have this issue. This is a mind game they're playing on us. They're in full control of everything. They are making us fight each other because they can't win anything without a few of us on their team. This is psychological warfare. They always knew it was gonna be like this. In order for us to fight them, we have to fight them back. We have to fight them back economically, mentally. We got to show them same energies, them same microaggressions that they show. We have to stop trying to educate them because they know what's going on. They been knew what was going on. And we're fighting for reparations, right? How I see it is, this country is trillions of dollars in debt with China, et cetera, et cetera. We're fighting to get in power, right? For these office jobs and all of that, right? To get into power. I feel like they're going to run off to Europe, and we're going to have to sit here and fight China or fight whoever they messed up with. And we have nothing to do with the debt of the country. This is all a game. This is all a very sick mind game. That's all I want to say. I gotta go.
Marcel, can I jump in here real quick? And
Mel Cruz. And by the way, y'all, for those of you asking, can you post it in the Jumbotron? The 1%, less than 1% of the Black population committing a violent crime in a given year. It's in the Jumbotron. Thank you to those who did it, because I ain't going to do that no more. I'm sorry. That's tedious as hell, having to go and do other people's research for them. And I don't be bookmarking stuff like that. But thank you to the other people who did it. Y'all, FBI data. Go look it up. Only Mel Cruz, you got it.
yeah, I was just going to say that I see what Israel's saying. And, I think these kind of situations kind of impact our ability to love ourselves. I think it, especially in this current generation, where some of the younger generation, they don't even think they're going to make it and live to a certain age. So I feel like we need to be mindful as well that when things like this happen, it will make somebody stop for a minute and think, and it could send them into a depression. It could, it can impact them different kind of ways. So I agree with everything you said, Marcel, about the messaging, about let's not turn on each other and all of a sudden make it a black on black thing, because there's a bigger issue at hand. But just to be mindful that, something like this is going to impact somebody a little bit different than it's impacting us. So just being mindful. And Sheba,
let me say real quick too. I'm sorry, Only Mel Cruz, you were saying something?
Oh, just that Sheba's up after you.
Oh, who's next?
I think it's Sheba, Shiba.
I don't see a Sheba here.
Okay, then it'd be Jama.
I don't see none of these people you talk about, but see, you know how Twitter does me also. I'll go with you, but let me be real quick. Well, I see King Cam and I see Emmett. I see Afrocation, who I thought was next. But let me say this real quick. Music, rap music. Yeah, rap music is weaponized against us. I'm never going to say that it's not. All music's been weaponized against us. Okay, minstrel shows, they were weaponizing plays against us. They used to weaponize cartoons against us. Stop acting like rap music is so unique for being weaponized against us. But let's also not act like violent crime and poverty and drugs were not existing before the advent of rap music. Okay, in the late 60s, remember the Moynihan report? That disgusting report about Black America? If you read the first half of the report, where that bastard is just talking about the conditions he saw, he mentioned how the Negroes had been put in deeply impoverished communities. And he didn't say these exact words, but how it was like a mental oppression that the Negroes were put into, and poverty and lack of resources. They were talking about crime then. Now in the 70s, and remember now in the late 60s, it was heroin first. That's what killed my mother's father. Heroin that they imported into majority Black cities, Baltimore and New York City especially. But when they started doing crack, but remember, crime and poverty, those things existed long before rap music. They existed in Black communities because this country inflicted those goddamn things upon us. Okay? And when they got a little smarter with it, when they realized that it wouldn't be, it will be frowned upon for anti-Black white mobs to riot and burn down our communities. And they also realized that Black Americans were on that time, they started destroying our communities in other ways by importing drugs and no man in the house policies and poisoning water and lead poisoning and things of that nature. So I'm never going to say rap music is not weaponized against us, but there are also underground artists who are making good rap music that talks about other things that we don't support. There's R&B artists who do get played on the radio that we don't support. So there is a conversation to have about how music is weaponized against us and how these record labels aren't owned by us. And let's not even go in that conversation. Cough Kanye. I'm not happy with Kanye, but that's some of the things he was trying to say. But I don't know who's next though. Is it Afrocation? I think Afrocation. Then I think it's King Cam.
Yeah, Afrocation, sir. King Cam, then Nurse, if she's still up here, and then Silk.
Okay, Afrocation, you got it.
Yes, I just want to say you may disagree with me as well, because I'm on point with 19 Keys. My whole thing is what about tomorrow? I mean, a lot of things you're talking about is from yesterday. I'm a firm believer in understanding yesterday, because it is the key to tomorrow. But what we're working for is tomorrow. And the Black on Black crime thing, it's a reality. Thing is, you are what you eat, in a sense. I mean, like I said, I'm down with Brother 19 Keys, in a sense. And it's something that needs to be addressed. And what the Black community was then and what it is today is a whole different paradigm, in a sense. And it's something that needs to be addressed. Of course, a lot of people will disagree. That's fine, but in the end, my whole thing is, and like Brother 19 just said, it's about tomorrow. It's like, what are the solutions for tomorrow? How do we get to tomorrow? How do we change the reality of yesterday and today and make that, and like you mentioned about, when we had Black Wall Street, but they burned it down. Of course, the nails, how do we build a wall they can't burn down? What is the solution for that? How do we get to that point, right? So all these things about what they've done to us, the solution, we need to understand what the solution is to where they can't do it no more, to where we are strong and independent, and secure. and can do these things and stand up for ourselves and not worry about what the other individuals or groups are doing, because we are, like back in the day, we were the power, we were strong, and the question is, what happened to it? Why are we not there today, in a sense? I mean, now, don't get me wrong, there are pockets and segments of us who are strong, like, I didn't come from all that, in a sense, or whatever, but but in the end, I didn't grow up in the so-called, gang culture, crime, and all that kind of stuff or whatever. Didn't grow up rich either, but I never had to walk around looking behind my back or, worrying about playing a dice game and getting shot or anything along those lines. But in the end, the question is, what about tomorrow? That is the question, and let's focus on causality. Tons of problems. There's multitudes of problems, right? But the solution is understanding causality and solving for that.
You just contradicted
my piece.
yourself. Please don't leave. Don't leave. Please don't leave. You just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself, and I knew you were. That's why I didn't interrupt you. Okay. You say understand the causality, and then you said forget causality. You started your conversation off saying forget causality, and then at the end you said what about causality? The reason we have these issues is because of the causes. You talk about what about tomorrow. You can't talk about what about tomorrow and not address what happened yesterday.
I think you're misunderstanding and conflating what I said. But the thing, what I said was,
excuse me, it's my turn to speak. I did not interrupt you. Don't interrupt me, please. You said, what about causality? You talk about building a wall that they can't burn down. So pretty much you're putting the responsibility on us to deal with injustices that they are doing. So not only are we responsible for what less than 1% of the people in our community does, because again, FBI data, less than 1% of the people in the Black community will commit a violent crime any given day. So according to you, we are responsible for them, but not only that, we're now responsible for what they, I guess, white people or the federal government does. So we're responsible for everything. We're responsible if they burn down our Black Wall Streets. It is not their responsibility, the federal government's responsibility, to pay us for what they've done. It's our responsibility to clean up their mess and rebuild again. So we're responsible for them. And now we're responsible for what the worst among us does. So my question to you, is the federal government responsible for anything?
Huh? We are responsible for ourselves. We are responsible for holding the federal government accountable. And the way you do that is that you build a force strong enough to do that. You can sit there and complain about the federal government and complain about other groups all you want. Bottom line is,
excuse me. I asked the question and you answered it. Thank you. We hold the federal government accountable. That's what I'm doing. So when y'all talk about Black on Black crime, trying to demonize the entire Black American community for what less than 1% of the Black community has done, I am talking about the conditions that exist in the Black American community, the poverty, the bad schools, the lack of quality mental health care, the lack of access to mental health care, the lack of the food deserts, the lack of quality housing, the homelessness, the high levels of toxic stress, the inherited trauma from us still not receiving compensation for what's been done to us, but other groups have received compensation for what's been done to them. Do you know why? Because the federal government acknowledged the issues that existed in those communities were done at their hands. And they acknowledged that they had to address the damage they've done to those communities. The communities to whom they've done the most damage to, which is us, they have yet to even acknowledge it, and they damn sure haven't done a damn thing to do anything about it. And then you talking about what about today, what about tomorrow? You act like this government has stopped being anti-Black American. We just saw Black homeowners in nice neighborhoods who were robbed of hundreds of thousands of dollars when they got their home appraised. They both went and took down pictures of their Black families and got white friends to stand in for them. And when the home appraiser came back, they received hundreds of thousands of dollars more in value on their home. You just heard reports of Black Americans who have put Black sounding names on applications, even with the best resume. They then put in a white sounding name with a bad record, a criminal record, and the white sounding name with a criminal record was 40% more likely to get a phone call back than the black applicant. You just heard them say that we earn less homes now than we did during the days of Jim Crow. You just heard them say that our wealth is heading towards zero and we're damn near 60% of the homeless. You think that's because we suck? Or do you think that's because we're still fighting the conditions in which we've been put in, which is why I decided to run for Congress to make this government the issues that they cause to our community. So we have two different things going on here. We got people like you who say there's something wrong with us, and then you got people like me who say there's something wrong with the way we've been treated and the conditions that have been imposed upon us.
I'm just going to say,
oh,
what's your solution for all the problems that you just...
Don't stop. And by the way, I don't disagree with you. The facts and the data disagrees with you. Because even with all the problems we have in the Black American community, when those stimulus checks went out, what's $1,000? Nothing. People go, especially parents, they go to $1,000 in a few days. However, Black Americans, more than any other ethnic racial group, started more new businesses than any other racial ethnic group in the country. And that's been the story for decades. But guess what? The moment COVID-19 came along and hit, 50% of our businesses were wiped out. So even when Black Americans build that wall that can't be burnt down, they find another way to burn it down. That's why during Obama's administration, the Great Recession took out 45 years of Black wealth in 1 year. So even when you make all the right decisions, until we get to repair this country older, you're going to continue to have the conditions that breed violent crime in our communities. But even with that being the case, less than 1%, and I'm going to continue to mention that, the same way y'all want to mention and beat that black on black crime drum, which is your anti-Black American opinion, I'm going to beat the facts drum. That's the drum I beat. I deal with facts. Less than 1% of the Black American community commits a violent crime any given year. White Americans commit a violent crime and Black Americans almost at the same rate. But white Americans don't have the poverty. White Americans don't have the inherited trauma and the high levels of homelessness and wage discrimination and bad schools. So really, our crime rate should be sky high, and it's not. So I will not allow anyone to come up here and try to paint us with this broad brush and dehumanize my people. It ain't going to happen. We don't.
Like I said, you're conflating what I said, but you guys have a nice day.
Go ahead. Did you drop him? Only Mel Cruz, did he drop down?
No, he's actually still up here. It was Afro Nation he was talking to, isn't it? He's still
Yeah,
on.
he dropped
the listener. Okay.
King Cam, you got it.
Yes, sir. So I've been listening to a lot of the conversation that's been going on, and you know, there's truth in both what Brother 19 Keys was saying and what you were saying, Brother Marcel, because it's a very complex situation. The problem I think that we have today is that we really don't understand the enemy and who we are really up against. Dr. Wesley wrote a book called The Assault on the Black Man, Black Manhood, and Black Masculinity. And I think everybody should get that book and actually, read it, because in that book, it details the assault that has happened on the Black community, specifically the Black man in America, because it's not just a one-sided attack that we are being faced with. As Brother Marcel mentioned, the impoverished neighborhoods, the environment plays a huge role in your mental and psychological development. We're talking about the food, you're talking about food deserts, and the food that you put into your body plays a role in your psychological, emotional development. When you talk about the water and the air that's being poisoned, all of that plays a huge role in the psychological, emotional, and mental development of Black men and Black women. See, the enemy is a scientist We running around here and we mobilizing and we getting ourselves together and all of that stuff is beautiful. But we have to be able to understand that the individual that we are dealing with that has created the Negro and the niggas and the color boys and the coons, see, those are created facsimiles. Those are not original people. Those are Frankenstein. See, the white man created a Frankenstein and named him the Negro. And this is what we have going on today. So when brother, I think it was Afro Nation and brother 19 Keys talk about the love of self, that's very important as well. While we have one side of the coin that brother Marcel is talking about that has to be put on platform and have to be spoken about, that knowledge is the knowledge of self and the love for self has to also be put on the same platform as well, because they go hand in hand. So the minister talked about the cross and he broke down what the true meaning of the cross really is. And when you have that horizontal line, the horizontal line, the minister said represents the spirit, represents your economics, right? So what brother Marcel is talking about, building up your own communities, building up your black banks, your black businesses, your black Wall Streets, right? Going after reparations and building up communities and making them a safe and decent place to live. All of those type of things, that's your horizontal line. But the vertical line in the cross represents your spiritual and your mental development. And for some reason in our community, we have an imbalance in which one of those things is going to take precedent. Is it going to be economics, building up ourselves, pulling up ourselves by our bootstraps, as Brother Marcel mentioned, or is it going to be spiritual and mental development? When in truth, we need both at the same time as a remedy for what's happening in our community. Because you can build all the black banks you want. You can get all the reparations you want. They can cut you a check for $100 million per person. But if you are spiritually degenerate, if you are still vibrating on a low vibrational level, then you're going to take that $100 million, you're going to give it back to the enemy, you're going to continue to create these different circumstances, you're not going to build better environments for your children to be in. Why? Because all of that's a mental state. That's why millionaires, when they write in those books, majority of the reason why they became successful, because they changed their mentality, not because they did anything necessarily different economically or financially. They changed their mentality. It's a mental thing. So I want to read something from the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad in Message to the Black Man that said, one of the gravest handicaps among the so-called Negroes is that there is no love for self, nor love for his or her own kind. This not having love for self is the root cause of hate, dislike, disunity, disagreement, quarreling, betraying, stool pigeons, fighting and killing one another. Well, look at the community today. Just on Twitter space, for example. We sit around here on Twitter space and have people like Marcel create these spaces who want to uplift our community, who want to help people like Brother Tariq, who want to do something good for our community, fighting for reparations. And then you got other Black people that create rooms to try to tear down the movement. You got people that sit up here and come in these spaces and sit as stool pigeons, as the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, who sit in here as agents and go back and make spaces and make clubhouse rooms trying to tear down the movement. You got people who run around here and all they do is try to spew negative hate. These Black people. This ain't white people. This is Black people who sit on the other side of your perspective and your opinion, who try to tear you down. Well, where does that come from? Because if it's all about the upliftment of our people, whether we want to do it the way Marcel wants to do it, whether we want to do it and address the self-love, whether we want to do it through politics and things like that, why is it that we have a problem with the way one of us want to do it, and the first thing we revert to is hate, disagreement, quarreling, and doing treacherous and betrayal type of act going on in the this is the type,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you went out for a minute, but I hear
Yes,
you
sir. This
now.
is the type of stuff that we have going on. So to Brother 19 Keys' point and the other brother's point, the love for self has to be part of the remedy, because if not, we can get all of the reparations and the politics that we want. We're going to burn everything that Marcel and others work so hard to build up. We're going to end up burning it down. This is why we should all put aside all of the disagreements, all of the issues that we have with one another, and come together on common ground and say, hey, I might not agree with Marcel on this particular point, but where can I agree with Marcel at? Marcel, oh, I might not agree with Brother 19 Keys on this point, or somebody else on this point, but where do we come together on common ground so that we can achieve what the ultimate goal is? Because at the end of the day, the enemy don't give a damn if you call yourself FBA, if you Caribbean, if you African, if you say I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a Jew. He don't give a damn about none of that. See, we argue about that. Talk about that. We talk about progressive politics. The white man don't give a shit about none of that, bro. That's all he is worried about, is how they can continue to bring down and keep their heel on the black man and the black woman to continue to lift themselves up, family. So I think this is an opportunity for us to see that we have to put aside all of our differences, honestly, and say, how do we come together on common ground, and we can work towards attaining the ultimate goal, which is freedom, justice, and equality. And I land my plane.
Hey, Marcel.
Hey, hold on. Who's that speaking out of turn? Wait, I'm gonna get
Glenn speaking. Yeah, hold on, Glenn.
Hold
Raise
on,
your
Glenn.
hand if you want to speak, please.
Yeah, I had a question the last time I was on.
Hold on, Glenn. Hold on. People are waiting. I'm going to get to you. I'm moving through the line right now, but you have to wait, please.
Yep. Up next will be Sir.
Yeah, but let me say real quick, King Cam. So there's always going to be, I dare say, degenerates in every community. There's always going to be miscreants in every community. There's always going to be people. And look, I am very guilty of calling people coons, because some people are coons, but some people are just gonna have a different opinion and move in a different manner from me. You're always going to have a healthy level, or sometimes even an unhealthy level, of disunity within a community. I went to a reparations summit in the end of September, hosted by NAASD. They're over there in California, doing amazing, excellent work for the reparations. And they had one of the men who helped the Japanese Americans who were interned get reparations. I wasn't really too interested in them. I'm not interested in none of these allies talking about how they with us. Damn that. Write my damn check and leave me the hell alone. But anyway, though, I wasn't paying much attention. But when he mentioned there was fierce disagreement and fighting among the Japanese about how to proceed among reparations. Okay, he mentioned there was fierce fighting. What I'm saying is, every community is going to have a segment of people who are struggling with self-love, who might act against the interests of their own community, who might disagree with a movement that you think they would agree with because it's for their community, who are murderers and rapists and thieves and liars. That in no way, that has nothing to do with whether a community should be loved or not. I am not going to say to the white American community that because you do have a lot of white Americans who are serial killers and rapists and pedophiles and enslavers and rioters and insurrectionists and thieves and murderers and you name it, and domestic terrorists, that all white Americans are like that, and white America in general does not deserve love. No one would say that. And you definitely can't say that about the Jewish community. Hell, you can't even acknowledge the facts that there were Jewish slave owners, that there were Jewish Confederates, that the nation of Israel did and still does discriminate against Ethiopian Jews, and you get canceled. But for some reason, it's okay to take the little 1%, the less than 1% of the Black American community that commits a violent crime. And by the way, we don't even know why they committed a violent crime. Sometimes they were defending themselves, okay? So we don't even know why sometimes that violent crime, quote unquote, was committed. But somehow we take that less, and I want to emphasize less than 1% of the Black community, and we use the worst among us to dehumanize all of us. And I am never going to agree with that. I don't care if 99% of us were thieves and murderers. We would still deserve love as a community, because no one else, no other community gets told that you don't deserve love and justice because there are some bad people in your community. And we will definitely not be told that either. Especially when the data shows that less than 1% of us commit a violent crime, y'all. But here's something I haven't been telling y'all. Y'all do know that there are like 70,000 American municipalities or something like that, and only like, I don't know, y'all don't quote me on this, but only 65% of American police precincts report violent crime, though, and report crime, period. And guess what? The majority that don't report violent crime are white communities. So we don't even know how much crime is going on in some communities because their police precincts don't even report crime to the FBI. And then it has been shown in majority black communities, sometimes police precincts have either framed or sometimes have cooked the crime records to get more funding. So no one is excusing violent crime. I'm a person who has grown up around violence. My uncle was gunned down in his driveway. And you got people telling us I'm a black person did it. We don't know who did it because the person that murdered my uncle has never been brought to justice.
You know what, Marcel, I'm just going to jump in here real quick. You know what, that makes sense. And here's the other thing too. And I feel what you're saying, King Cam. But here's the thing. I think that what 19 Keys said, yes, we've heard that before. And yes, there's some validity to that. But I also feel like what Marcel has done, because he's been doing this a lot lately, is he's expounded on that particular message. Because, yeah, we do need to love ourselves. But then the other thing, we need to understand that we are not to blame in most cases. And I think we can expound that message even further if we offer tips or direction or conversation or references on how we can love ourselves. Some of us are walking around here, we don't love ourselves and we don't know how. And that's just because of the environment that we've come up in or that we've seen from being children up to the present day. So I think we just need to take that into consideration too. And when you're ready, Marcel, sir will be up next.
Who?
Sir, he's right up here. Let's see, what is it? Sir BG.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, yeah, great shot. Okay, right. So, and then it'll be FDA guys. Let me say this real quick, King Cam. I'll let you respond. Give you like 30, 40 seconds. Let me say this too. Only Mel Cruz made a good point. And for those of us who don't love ourselves, why don't we? We act like we haven't lived in a country. It amazes me. It amazes me how quick we are to dismiss 500 years of the worst inhumane treatment of any group of humans in the world, which has been done to us. But for every other group, we get told never forget. We get told always remember. But for somehow with Black Americans, we get told that we can wake up on a Monday and love yourself, let go of the past, and there you go, snap your fingers, do the dance. You can do it all by yourself, and all of a sudden, all the things that happened in the past, you're over. That's crazy to me. We got some white man, Bill Gates, who got like $200,000 from his parents, who will sit up on a stage and tell us it took him years to get to where he's got. It took a long time to get to where he got. Well, guess what? It took a long time for us to get to where we got to. And we didn't do nothing. They did it to us. We can't talk about our people not, quote unquote, loving ourselves without talking about the 500 years of hell that we are still fighting. So, King Cam, I'm going to give you 30 seconds if you would like to respond.
Yes, sir. And I agree with you, brother. And that's why I said, we should be trying to collaborate our efforts with those in the community who specialize in, self-development and self-improvement, knowledge of self, along with those of us like yourself who are operating on the other side of the coin, making sure that we have a platform and a voice for, reparations and, the political side and things like that. Because like I said, we are fighting a war that is on all sides. It's not just one side, it's on all sides. So everything that everybody can bring to the table of good, then we need to be utilizing it and making sure that when we have these meetings, when we have these spaces, right, when we have these marches that or gatherings, right, or rallies, that all of us are included in that so that we can do what we do in order to affect our people. So I land on that one. Thank you, Brother Marcel, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, King Cam. Great shot you have it. Let me say this real quick. I see some people have found their way into the thread about self. We need the whole self. We need to have self accountability. It's funny. Do y'all not find it funny how everyone is okay with accountability when it's time for them to point fingers at the Black American community? But the moment we say to the federal government, it's time for you to be accountable for all the 500 years of horror you've inflicted upon us, those same people say, oh, you big in the white man. You weak. Or you think the federal government gonna do that? We need to let go of the past. Can y'all help me understand what's going on here? Are we okay with accountability or are we not? Because if we're okay with accountability, then you should be at the front of the line demanding reparations. If you're not demanding accountability from the federal government in the form of reparations, shut your fucking mouth about accountability for ourselves. Accountability begins with the institution that has us in the conditions that we're in, not with the people who are put in the condition. And that is not excusing violent, raping murderers. I'm the guy that told y'all I support the death penalty on a case-by-case basis. I'm the guy that told y'all, oh, y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want to know my views on dealing with violent crime. Because y'all say, okay, Marcel, you're doing the most. I'm all for accountability. But it's funny how all these people who are talking against reparations, talking against these so-called elected officials doing policies for us, they all of a sudden want accountability when they think they can talk trash about us. And I'm talking to those of us, talking about we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard than white Americans. So help me understand this. It was Black Americans that went through 260 years of savagery, built this nation. Do y'all know how much money we raised for America? No one has an exact amount, but they know that the price of our ancestors alone was over $42 trillion. $42 trillion. And we never got a penny of it. It wasn't white Americans. It was Black Americans that had all their land stolen, whose women and men were raped, hung from trees, chopped apart, who were eaten alive, who had medical experimentation done on them, who had inventions stolen from them, inventions that they never saw a dime from, who were poisoned, Jim Crow'd, locked into poverty, Red 9, who were excluded from trillions of dollars they should have gotten. And yet we are told that somehow we have to always be the bigger person. Not the group of people who got all the resources, but the group of people who went through all the hell. We have to be superhuman. We're responsible for what the worst among us does, which is less than 1%. We're responsible for what this system has done to us. And now we're responsible for always being the bigger person in face of all of this horror. These people better get the hell out of my face, and I ain't playing with them. Great Shark, you got it.
Grand Rising and salute to you, Brother Marcel, and your co-host. Salute to everybody in the chat. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right, brother, I'll be very brief. I would like to direct everybody's attention to the Jumbotron. I put several pieces of information that I think our people will find very useful because Brother Marcel is absolutely correct on that. Much respect to Brother 19 Keys and Brother King Cam. But here's the problem, right? And I want everybody to understand this. The first thing I would like to draw your attention to in the Jumbotron is a document or a directive, rather, white supremacist directive called FM6 2003. If you've never heard of that, I strongly suggest everyone in here, whether you agree or disagree, study that 145-page manual because it will back up the fact that even if we all loved each other perfectly in complete harmony, that would not negate the fact that these people are determined to exterminate us. It takes courage to stand up and say, listen, yes, we have problems in our community that we need to deal with, which is why we need reparations so that we can have our own form of policing in our community, just like Native Americans. However, if you have to deal with an enemy that is determined to destroy you before you exit your mother's womb, that's where we better start at, the source of a problem. See, if I get punched in the face and knocked down by somebody on the street, and then I get up and I know who hit me, and then I run around the block and punch some innocent black person, that makes me a coward. And see, some of our people, when they say what they say, they mean well, but then we have to look at the others, not like Brother 19 Keys or King Cam, but the others that will be considered coons that are too cowardly to go at the system because they think that cooning and saying, well, see, we need to do better. It's black on black crime. You kill where you live. Crime is committed by proximity. And like Brother Marcel and many others have said, hey, look, the other groups, if you look at it, this is what we have to do to break that program. The other groups, if you look at it, they never say, hey, we need to do better when crime is committed to their people in their own community, even the most egregious of crimes, right? I also want to direct your attention to something that you all might not be familiar with. Brother Philip Scott on his the Black Congregation channel now, he did a white on white crime playlist. That is a perfect example of how the media deliberately omits the worst of crime in white communities, because see, a lot of our people make this mistake. They think that they'll be safe if they move to predominantly white communities, which is crazy. That's where the white supremacists live. But there's a lot of unreported crime there. Look at Jeffrey Dahmer. There's countless examples of that. So when you hop your ass over there in their communities, you put yourself behind the fire line, to be honest with you. For a lot of you coons that come over here, particularly some black immigrants, you are not safe when you go over there because they don't want you there. The first thing they're looking at is, how did this nigga get over here? So, I mean, the other thing that I would like to bring people's attention to as well, when it comes to us getting our reparations, right? Go and I should have put this in the Jumbotron, but look on a site called foreignassistance.gov. That shows where, in addition to Ukraine, all these countries that they give billions of our taxpayer dollars to, and then when it comes to us, they tell us we ain't got it. See, we got to get to the point, like Brother Marcel said, we hold them accountable. And the last point I want to make is this. Yes, we do need to do for self. That's a good thing. We've been used to doing for self all our lives. That's how we got a Black Wall Street. But see, here's the other thing that we have to break this programming on. We have to speak with balance. Don't get so caught up in do for self that you forget we too are tax-paying American citizens. And goddamn it, if everybody else can get the government to do something for them, we will too. With that said, I'll land my plane. Salute.
Thank you so much. And let me I'm trying to look at the article you shared, Gray Shark, and I don't know why I can't seem to get into it for some reason. So FBA Goddess, you got it. But Gray Shark, yeah, I clicked on the thing you shared and it takes me to like the comment section. But I guess you have to log in to get to it. So I can read.
I'll definitely send it to you after the space, brother, because that's something I want everybody to check out. I'll try to find a way to put another link in the Jumbotron.
Okay, thank you. FBA Goddess, you have it. You got take it away.
Hey, how y'all doing? Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. That led up perfectly with what I was about to say. In North Carolina, I know you all are aware that there was a mass shooting here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Well, they're not telling the truth about this shooting. Of course, it never does. We have not been told anything about the shooter, but I already know everything because I've been going over there. But the thing that they're putting out to the media is trying to normalize this boy, because now they're talking about, well, he's going into rehab. Who gives a fuck? I don't care about him going into rehab. But anyway, over there on that street where this woman that was shot down with her dog, she was a Black woman, the only Black woman that was killed. Her husband was getting no attention at all. When I say no attention at all, I mean just that. She lived a house down. There was a house in between hers and that mass shooting. So I don't understand how she got looked over when she was the first one that got killed that day. Not only are they making lies out there, they're not telling people about this family. That father is a racist who was known to be some type of handyman over there in this white. And let me let y'all know about this neighborhood. I'm sorry. This is an area where it's a golf course. It's predominantly white. But they did annex some houses into Hedingham, brought some Black people into the neighborhood. So let you hear that part. So this white man lives It's just a house in between him and her, which is the first one he killed. He actually shot her while she was, I don't even keep going through that. But anyway, because it's upsetting to me. This man was going around calling people niggers daily, down walking up and down the street, the same street where his son walked out the house, killed his son first, and then shot my friend's best friend. And they have not done anything. The politicians, they're making all of these videos and going out there to the polls, want everybody to vote for them. So what did I do? I went to a poll. I saw one of them committee members out there with his sign, the vice mayor, whatever he is. So he come out there, thought he was going to have a great day. He did not. As soon as he started talking to the people trying to get their vote, I spoke to him and I asked him, "Were you at Hedingham?" And he said, "Were you?" I said, "I sure was, and I have not seen you there at all." He talking about, "Well, good for you." That's what they're doing. They're walking around here making videos out there, making people believe that they're doing shit. They ain't doing nothing for this woman. We had to call a congressman to be able to get her to be able to get her body shipped back to Ohio so that she would be able to be buried. They did not bring any food over there. All them other families got food. They had people stopping by, all of that stuff. No, the Black families over there that were terrorized, even to this day, I have videos of that man standing in his driveway, the father, antagonizing them. But Raleigh won't tell y'all this. This is the truth that's going on about this mass shooting that happened in Raleigh, North Carolina. It's two parts of that neighborhood. One is white and one is Black. And right now, the Black side of Hedingham is not being recognized, and it needs to stop. They're not getting any funds that are needed for them to be able to get therapy because they saw and heard all this shit. And it's not fair to our people that we are having to go out of their house and look at these people who refuse. I understand that that's their house, but they refuse to leave. They continue to come back, and it's just ridiculous. And as far as y'all talking about how they lie about white supremacy and all those things, they lied about when they put in the newspaper and said that the parents told them they don't know what happened to their son, which they know that he was a menace in the neighborhood. But they didn't want to put that in there. They only put his little pictures of him as a baby and all that.
Well, I mean, according to the logic that some of our dumbasses have, that white boy blew his brother's head right on off, and then he went and killed mainly other white people. I know he killed, unfortunately, a Black woman, but he unfortunately killed he should have been killing no one, but he killed other white people. So according to our logic, I guess we don't have to treat white people with respect now, because according to us, and I guess all white Americans are to blame. So white America, you don't deserve love and respect because look at what this one white person does. Well, apparently that's the logic we have. So FBI guys, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. That's the dumb logic that people like to apply to us. But you see, did you hear anyone? Did y'all hear anyone anytime we've had these white mass murderers? Do you hear anyone say, well, white America, you don't love yourself and nobody else is gonna love you, so you don't deserve respect. So if a police officer kills you, we can't say kills you unjustifiably. We can't say anything. You can't say anything about it. White America, if you get discriminated against, which you know is never gonna happen, you don't have the right to say anything because you don't love yourself. That's that stupid Negro plantation logic. And even our people on the plantation didn't have that stupid logic. FBI, I'm going to give you like 30 seconds to wrap up. Okay, I think next is it Glenn?
Yeah, next is going to be Victoria, then G1, then Glenn. And Think and Precise, if y'all want to speak, raise your hand so we know for sure.
I don't see any. I don't see those two people up here that you just said.
I'm here. Glenn is here.
And Victoria's here too.
Yeah, so Victoria, you're up right now, Victoria.
Victoria, you got it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And thank you, Marcel, for having this space. A lot of things have been said, so I'll just go ahead and start off by saying, I echo your sentiments, Marcel. I believe that we've always loved ourselves. We were the first humans to ever, really walk this earth. And in order for us to build all the civilizations across this planet that we did, we had to have loved ourselves. So, when we were brought over on these ships, we loved ourselves. Even when we were here, we were going through slavery, we loved ourselves. So, that's a great point that you made. But just a little bit about me. I have a background in finance. I come from New Orleans, Louisiana, so, very impoverished place. I thought moving to a quote unquote, white neighborhood, golf course, good schools, I thought that would be a good idea for me and my kids. And I thought, if I got a job in community finance, that I would be helping my community. But I learned that these community development financial institutions that purport that they have funding for Black people and Black America are actually using the funds to benefit white America. And anytime a Black person, and I've seen this with my own eyes, it broke my heart. Anytime a Black person would come and apply for funding, they would make them jump through hoops. They would create barriers, anything, any excuse to keep them from getting that money. So, and this goes to food deserts, everything. Like I worked for a community development financial institution. Their job was to provide environmental loans to support infrastructure for Black communities, dilapidated communities, and they were taking that money and funneling it into the white community. So I saw that for myself. That's my background. I think the most important thing that we need to do is we do need to know who our enemy is. We need to know, what's the problem? The problem is the government. It's an orchestrated system, and it has been planned for generations. It took generations for them to do this. Kanye West has been in the news and in the media, and he did speak out about, I don't know if you want to say like secret societies or what you want to say, but, the truth of the matter is there are a group of people, it's a very small group, and they have influence over everything that affects our day-to-day lives. And somebody in 1976 that was a part of that group actually spoke about it. He was murdered 30 days later, but you can look into it. His name is Harold Wallace Rosenthal. And in 1976, he gave an interview where he stated the following. He was asked how a nation could be captured without their knowing it. And he replied that their victory was absolute control over the media. He boasted of Jewish control of all news. Any newspaper which refused to acquiesce to controlled news was brought to its knees by withdrawing advertising. Failing in this, the Jews stopped the supply of the newsprint and ink. It's a very simple matter, he stated. Asked about the men in high political office, Mr. Rosenthal said that no one in the last 3 decades has achieved any political power without Jewish approval. Americans have not had a presidential choice since 1932. Roosevelt was our man. Every president since Roosevelt has been our man. And this again comes from a Jewish, he was in government. He was an executive assistant to a senator. His name is Harold Wallace Rosenthal. And this is an interview from 1976. He died 30 days later. So, we have to know who our enemy is. And then once we know who our enemy is, then, like Stokely Carmichael said, he said that, Black people, we have to unify. We have to unify under one, accord. And his solution was that we start with our identity, whether we are in America, whether we are in Africa, whether we
No. You say you're from New Orleans. I'm sorry. You don't have an accent and you don't sound like you.
Hold on. We gotta respect
No, let her finish speaking. Let her finish speaking. And Nicole, let me tell you, I'm from the Low Country, and there are different accents. Not all people here. Some people here have a Gullah Geechee accent, way stronger than me, way stronger than me. And some people here don't have an accent at all. So let's be respectful. Let her finish, and do not interrupt. We will get to you. Victoria, I'm sorry. Go ahead and land, though, Victoria. 20, 30 seconds, okay?
Yes, thank you so much. My mom's from LA, that's why I sound like this. But I lived in New Orleans for 10 years, and then I moved after Hurricane Katrina. Okay, so I was saying about Stokely Carmichael, it's the identity. If we can just unify on the fact that we are all African, we all have the same blood, and they are after us. They've been after us since they discovered us. So, you know, I genuinely feel like if we can all just come on one accord and, agree, yes, we are African, yes, we want to have some type of reparations. If we can just agree we are the same people and we want the same thing, we can really organize, and that's the solution. We really have to organize, and we have to come as one, and we have to not believe what they're saying about us. The media, the purpose of the media is to divide us and create this narrative, and it's all a part of their plan. We have to come together, we have to love each other, communicate, and agree to work together for the greater good of our children and our
Thank you,
children.
Victoria. Thank you so much. Well, let me say, okay, me myself, my ancestry is from the African continent. There might be ancestry there from other lineages, but I'm not African. I'm a descendant of American slavery. I'm a freedman. And for as far as America goes, that is owed to my lineage. Those who are of the African nation, they can go to the European nation that colonized them and seek for reparations. But your point about finding how Black Americans have to jump through hoops, and like you said, the same thing like you, I tried to get involved. That's why I got involved in education, to give back, thinking that was going to help the community. Ain't helped nothing. All I saw, I mean, I'm not going to say it didn't help nothing, but the issues are systemic. But thank you, Nicole. Who's next? Only Bill.
Up next is going to be
I'm
G1,
next.
No, because she
G1,
said something
G1.
about New
Okay,
Orleans.
hey, Nicole,
Nicole, you're not next. And please,
respect the mic.
you have at least three, I think 2 people ahead of you. 3, I think.
Yeah, and please respect the mic, Nicole. Please do that. G1, you are up next. You got it.
I guess I was up next, Glenn.
No, it's
Yeah,
G1. I got a list. It's G1,
yeah,
and you're after him. Glenn.
Okay.
yeah. I'll try to make it real quick. Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate Marcel, you holding this space, the co-host and everybody that's here. I just want to say I heard this. I heard us talk about love, and the first thing I thought about is you can't love grass without hating weeds, and a good indication of what you really love um, is what you hate and the things that you disdain. And a good example is that is when you when you look and you see Marcel running up to Jim Clyburn, and what I'm saying, and holding him accountable for the anti-blackness that exists, what I'm saying, within government policy. He has a strong dislike and a disdain, what I'm saying, for things that hurt us. You know what I'm saying? So I think the conversation that we're having in reference to love needs to shift to, what do you hate? What makes you angry? What do you disdain? You know what I'm saying? And so, Marcel, I think you have a really good insight into anti-blackness that exists within the political sphere, and also within the educational sphere, because you spend a lot of time doing analysis, what I'm saying, and being in and around those circles. And but today, what we're really dealing with, in my opinion, is anti-blackness that exists within the entertainment sphere, because you have this, you got this gentleman, what I'm saying, rest in peace, Takeoff, that died, what I'm saying. But to me, his death highlights the anti-blackness that exists within the entertainment sphere, and it highlights these, and we've talked about this, and you've seen spaces about it and tweets about it, but there's an industry that's controlled by anti-black record executives, and they push anti-blackness no different than the Democratic Party pushes anti-blackness through the Congressional Black Caucus. You have these record executives who push anti-blackness through artists, who agree with an anti-black agenda. You know what I'm saying? But for some reason, it gets a pass. You know what I'm saying? Anti-blackness that exists within entertainment, whether it's entertainment or sports or media, sometimes it gets a pass, and it shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? So I love our people enough to say I hate to see, I hate to listen to the music, you know what I'm saying, and hear our these artists pushing talking points from these people who hate us and want to destroy us. You know what I'm saying? I hate no different than I hate when, when these Democrats or who, no different than when I hate when Candace Owens pushes anti-black talking points from from the right that affect us and that hurt us. So wherever anti-blackness exists, we have to have a hatred, and a disdain for it. And to me, that's the indication of that, of that love. And I yield the mic.
All right. Well, thank you. Is it Glenn now?
Yeah, Glenn, you're up next.
Thank you so much. Marcel and others like 19 Keys and Target Sheet, I applaud you for your work. Like Dr. George Grew said, post-traumatic slave syndrome is real, and we're seeing it in real time. I just had a question. I was a young buck. I'm 48. I seen the Million Man March. I didn't attend. But how do we, and I don't want to disparage the Million Man March because I think that was a great thing, but how do we move reparations, the reparation movement along, and it doesn't turn out? Because people went home and they started doing their own thing, and we really didn't see a lot come from it, or people just didn't talk about it. Anybody on the panel can answer the question. Marcel, if you could, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Well, I'll answer the question or take a stab at it. But
let me say,
go ahead. Yes, sir.
Not the topic, but I'll speak to that. One, how do we make sure we just don't go home and business continues as usual? Is by making sure that we don't go home and business continues as usual. So we got to be what we want to see. That's why I don't get about us. Sometimes it seems like we're looking for others to do some grand change. If we want to see a change, we become the change. I don't care how cliche that may sound, but when it comes to us as descendants of American slaves, we have to become the change. If we see these people in office are not doing policies to specifically address the needs of our community, the reparations. Speaking of, let me tie this into the topic, Glenn, because what you brought up is not quite on topic, but I want to tie it in. Do y'all know that after World War I, America was having a crime problem and a homelessness problem? Well, the Great Depression happened, but there was also millions of World War I vets living on the streets because there was a lot of jobs generated for World War I. But after World War I ended, those jobs went away, and now a lot of people had no jobs and no money, and therefore people was on the streets. Guess what America did? Did they say to those white men that were homeless, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps? No, guess what they did? The GI Bill. And they gave white Americans trillions of dollars to get jobs and go to schools and buy homes and get land. Guess what America did? Social Security Act. So that white elders, mainly white older people, can get money and live well. The only community that gets told that it's your fault and you somehow have to overcome 500 centuries of government-sanctioned terrorism while also being responsible for the worst among you and being responsible somehow to repair the damage that's been done to you are Black Americans. Every other group, right now, white Americans are having a drug use crisis. And you don't hear no one telling them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They're getting all types of programs and millions and billions of dollars to help them with their drug abuse issue. If that was us, our dumb asses would be in this space right now saying, we got to love ourselves. Shut up. Now, on that note, the way we make sure, Glenn, things don't continue as usual is by going home and not continuing as usual. So what is it that you want to see us do after this march?
Well, it wasn't even a thing of, I was just asking the question because I noticed that you usually have to give it a small band of people. You know, it can't always be on a grand level. You're not going to get everybody to be on the same page as you. So I have my small band of people, like cats that's on the same wavelength as me. That's the only way I see it being done. And that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm not sure. That's a little vague, but let me just say, what I am hoping and what I am going to be pushing is what I have been pushing is that we need to become the candidates that we deserve and have needed. We need to run for office. If our ancestors can do it in the 1860s, facing genocidal levels of anti-Black American violence, we can do it now in the 2020s. If we decide not to do that, and we think that crying and trying to organize to get policies from people who are seeing us die and suffer every single day is the way to continue, then we deserve what we get. The way we go back home and make sure that things don't continue as usual is by us not continuing as usual. And we like that. Some people are calling this Reconstruction 2.0. I'm not calling it that. I won't call it that until we start acting like it's Reconstruction 2.0, because a major defining characteristic of Reconstruction 2.0 was Black Americans running for office left and right. Until we start doing that, I ain't calling this Reconstruction 2.0, because a lot of us still just want to sit on our collectively lazy political behinds and do nothing but think we're going to show up and vote. Show up and run. Stand up and run. And those of us who aren't running, stand up and help the people who are running get in office by volunteering, by donating. I always say 5,000 people giving just $5 a month. That's not $5 a week, just $5 a month is $25,000 a month. 5,000 people doing $10 a month is $50,000 a month. Okay? We can easily run candidates all throughout this nation. We just have to care enough to want to do it, and we still don't yet. Think, peace, drop down. Nicole, you have it.
Hey, I agree with what everybody have to say. You know, I'm not coming in disagreement, but Marcel, I just want to let you know when I'm vetting people because they're representing New Orleans, Louisiana. Please let me do that because see how she came up here and said some shit that we don't agree with, and she sound too proper. And I'm just Marcel. I'm from New Orleans. You from Carolina. For New Orleans people, trust me, even if you're proper, you're gonna hear Twain in your verse if you originally from there. Then she dropped, she going away now because she reigned. Because she say her mama from there. So why would you say you from there? So she's not from actually some kind of way, she's not an original person that's
Yeah,
originated from New
that was,
Orleans.
hold on, that was kind of weird, but because that's not really the
I just want
topic.
to let you know that though. So don't be like, shut me up so fast, because that's
Well, hold on. I'm going to do that because if the space is not about that, I'm not going to let the space get derailed with that. This space is about a serious topic in our community. And look, people, I got some big foreheaded, eczema chested woman called Gullah Geechee Seller or something following me around talking about some she's Gullah Geechee. That woman don't sound a bit Gullah Geechee at all. I don't care. There's a lot of fake $5 Gullah Geechees running around. I'm sure you got $5 New Orleans people running around too. But because that's not really the topic, because I kind of found her story a little weird too, but because that was not really the topic, I kind of didn't care. So let's just focus on the topic about, this issue here, please.
yes, and that's fine. But she came up and the first thing she said was New Orleans, Louisiana. So I just had to address that. So I'm going to address that because I'm not going to have people up here speaking for us, especially talking like that. So I'm sorry. I know it's about so let me read the room. No black on black crime does not exist. I think it do. So you guys, I don't comprehend this. No black on black crime does not exist. What are you saying? Like it don't exist? What?
What we're saying is the black on black crime saying. People say that only when it's a black person committing a violent crime. People only say that when it's a black person committing a violent crime against another black person. Crime only gets a color when it's a black person involved. When it's a white person committing violence against white people like they do all the time, no one gives that crime a color. When it's an Asian person committing a violent crime against an Asian person, no one gives it a color. When it's a Native American committing a violent crime against a Native American, no one gives it a color. And even though Hispanic and Latinos are not a race, there is no color they have. But when Hispanic and Latinos commit a crime against each other, no one gives it a color. They only want to give it a color when it's a black person, and that is to dehumanize us. That's to make it seem like, oh, you see, it's not any problem with the way the government has treated us. The problem is us. That is the dehumanizing, this dangerous message that is conveyed when people say black on black crime. They try to make it seem like we're the problem and not the conditions that this government has forced upon us is the problem. So if people want to talk about black on black crime, which by the way, I'm going to repeat this ad nauseum, less than 1% of the black community, FBI data, any given year will commit a violent crime. That's rape, that's manslaughter, murder, that's assault, that's whatever. Less than 1%. Black men are over 50% of those wrongly arrested, wrongly convicted, and then later exonerated of a crime. So even when you see a black person being arrested for a violent crime, that's not proof that they did it. And then violent crime correlates with poverty. So when you look at the fact that black Americans, we have the highest poverty rates, our crime should be sky high, and it's not. So for a group as impoverished as we are, we're almost damn near nonviolent. The violence we do have exists because of the poverty, because of the lack of access to quality mental health care. So no one is saying that violent crime doesn't happen within the black American community. What we're saying is that we will not, no one will put the violent crime that a small minority among us does on all of us. Even if 20% of us was committing a violent crime, no one is going to put what that 20% does on 80% of us. But according to FBI data, it's less than 1% of us. So that's what we're saying there.
Said good. Okay, I get it. I am in agreement.
Right, thank you. So, FBA Goddess is back to you, is it? Oh no, only Mel Cruz, you have the cue. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to Glenn's question, which is really a good question. Here's what I think, Glenn, as far as like what happens after the rally, what happens after the march. What we have to do is remain mindful of our current situation, because after the march, everything's not going to be over with. And matter of fact, things are going to get worse. We can look at what the Supreme Court was just hearing. We're trying to manipulate the ability for race to be considered when we trying to go to college. And the way they got that set up is to be an advantage for white people. So the fight is not over. So, and just like Marcel said, we have to start running. We got to start taking control of our own destiny. And so we can't rest. We can't get comfortable. We got to stay on point, stay in the news, just be up on whatever's happening so that we can find solutions and discuss solutions and come up with solutions. And
well, let me say this too. And the solution, y'all, is us running for office on a reparations-based platform for the Sins of American Slavery. Y'all gonna have to get used to me saying that. I know we learn, because look, I'm tired of us. I am sitting back, waiting for Superman to come from the sky. Sitting back, we are twisting and turning and bending ourselves up like a damn pretzel, trying to avoid getting off our collectively lazy posteriors because we don't want to run for office. We don't want to put ourselves out there and do the work. Yet our people are dying. Some of us would rather be comfortable than to get up and do the necessary work. You know who else is comfortable? You know what else is comfortable? A frog in a pot of water that's about to start boiling. That frog is comfortable. Do it. Test it out if you must, or look at videos of it so we don't harm a frog. You can put a frog in a pot of water and put the heat on the stove, and that frog will sit in that pot of water with no problem until the water starts to boil and it's too late. We are frogs. Because some of us would rather be comfortable. I don't know about that, Marcel. I mean, I got family on Marcel. I don't want my name out there like that on Marcel. I don't want people to know my address. I'm private, Marcel. Or politics ain't for me. Politics ain't for me either. Guess what else is not for me? Seeing my people in poverty, seeing my people homeless, seeing my people wealthless, seeing my people landless, seeing my people poisoned, seeing my people die left and right. That's not for me either. So which one are we more comfortable with? Comfort or are people dying? Which one has to go? That is the solution. There is no other solution. Non-profits are not the solution. Okay? Even starting a third party is not the solution. We already have parties that are focused on the needs of Black issues. What you need with a third party is the same thing we will need for candidates to run for office. You're going to need candidates. What's the point in getting a Black third party if none of you are going to stand up and run? We're going to have a party with no candidates. And what's the point in having candidates if we're not going to have people out there willing to get on the ground and knock on doors and make phone calls? If we're not going to donate, what's the point in having a third party? It'll be a third party. We'll have Hollow Man show up, unseen and unheard. That is the solution. And I need us to stop trying to find a way to get out of it. Stop it. The solution is running for office on the platform that we deserve. Even if you lose, you will still push the platform further. I'm telling y'all what I've seen, what I'm seeing right now. I'm here in South Carolina. People like to talk about I only got 4.5% of the vote. Yeah, I got hundreds of these haters who know my name. Okay? For me to be so irrelevant, they know every tweet I make. You got some of them in the thread right now. They know not to come in here and grab a microphone, and they can't say I'm going to mute them because I've had people come up here who disagree with me. The only time I mute people is when it's my turn to speak, and they're trying to overtalk me and cut me off because they're getting cooked. That's it. Other than that, I hardly use the mute button. So you got coons in the thread right now who know not to come up here and try me because they know I'm going to eviscerate them with facts. Right now, as we speak, the South Carolina Democratic Black Caucus is going to do a reparations training about how we can get reparations spread throughout the state of South Carolina. Right now, as we speak, when I first tried to get a group of South Carolinian reparationists together, there was no one. Now I have a group, we call ourselves the 4.0 Society, you know, playing on 40 acres of the mule, and it's 90 of us. Right now, as we speak, there are other candidates that have launched their campaign for reparations. I'm not saying that's because
Marcel, how do we get in? I'll talk to you on that. I'm sorry.
okay. I'm not saying that's because of me, but I bet you they don't feel so alone now because of me, because they know I'm going to be out here with them. When you run for office, even if you lose, it pushes your platform further. That's what the Tea Party did. The Tea Party ran a lot of candidates, and a lot of them lost. Now, the Republican Party is pretty much the Tea Party of 2009. They done took over the party. We can do the same thing. I give us credit. We've done a lot in these 3 years, but we don't have 3 more years before they give the illegal immigrants voting rights and they vote for us to look the same way Black people in Latin America look. No house, no water, nothing. Absolute destitution. And we're almost there. Get up and run for office. Federally. I'm not talking about some local school board. We don't got time for that. Our people are in a crisis. We don't got time for some 20-year plan. We don't got 20 minutes. That's the answer. So if y'all want to do something after this rally happens to change the game, go home and file your papers to run. What you don't do is sit back and wait for Tariq to do something. Tariq is one person. something we want to see done, then we need to do it. Only Mel Cruz. I'm not sure who's next.
Okay, so up next is going to be Emma. And if you guys can just draw your attention to the Jumbotron, that training from Teslin Figaro is in there. That's some awesome training. Sign up for it. Marcel, boy, you be that's why your abs is like they are, because you are spot on with that. Ooh.
Hey, I want to follow up with Marcel. You are right on the money, because Marcel has helped my candidate, which is Del Monte Crawford. He's running for lieutenant governor in the state of North Carolina. So Marcel has he is out here pushing our people, vetting people, and then he will push these people to make sure that we're getting the right people in these seats. Now, when he spoke about these going in these rooms or whatever, I can admit I was not doing that before, but I am now. I'm putting myself in places and spots where I've never been before, and I'm able to hear what all of these people are talking about. And you can't hear what they're talking about if you're sitting on Twitter or you're sitting at home or wherever you're at, because these are open forums. You can sign up for them. They're not going to tell you no. You can go there and sit a baby up there on the podium and take up 2 minutes of their time, because that's what they're there for. You can have that baby sit up there and not say nothing because they're supposed to listen. So you not only are going to be a part of local government or government in DC, you also need to go to these meetings and speak about what's going on in your community. That's one thing that I have started doing right now. Me and Dale, tonight we have a committee meeting that I'm going to speak about what happened over in this city, because what's so crazy, it ain't crazy when I say this. I say it's crazy. It's not. But I don't even live in the city of Raleigh. I live on the outskirts. It still is considered Raleigh, but the city limits is where the mayor is. And when he spoke about people that are running and you get out and you go and help these people, that's what I've been doing. The mayor that is running, DeQuanta Copeland of Raleigh, North Carolina, she is about us, and she is about everything us. And so, yes, I've been out at these polls, pushing her message, going to all of her meetings, everything I need to do to make sure we get her in office. But we need more people, because as I'm going to these meetings, I see me, her, Dale, and probably 2 more Black people, and the rest are white. So if we want to make a change, like Marcel said, we're going to have to step up. I don't care. I mean, sitting down on a city committee meeting, it does not take a long time to do. I don't care if it did. Right now, we don't have time to be sitting at home anymore. So much so, I am going to be running for city council. I already announced that before. So yes, when Roosevelt around again, that's what I will be doing. Raleigh City Council is because my mother lives in Raleigh. So everything that they do affects her. So I have been riding around Raleigh. My voice is almost gone because I am in these streets every day in the city of Raleigh, for not just for her, but for every Black person that lives in Raleigh. And he mentioned getting in the game. You need to get in the game because they are running this game. If you want to be there and hear what game they're pushing, you got to be in the room to hear it. You can't sit at home and talk about all this stuff. I'm going to do. If you ain't done shit but talk. Talking ain't nothing. Doing means a lot. Put your feet to that ground and get out. I'm not running for nothing, but she is. And so is my other candidate. The other thing he pointed out is the money. You all always talk about grassroots. Guess what? Grassroots take money. If you're going to tell us not to go out here and take money out of these people's hands, we're not going to do it. We're trying not to do it very hard. But when you run a campaign and you're running against other people that are using the Democratic Party, that are using their dollars, it's very hard for a grassroots person to be able to get the same thing out there if people are not giving. grassroots dollars. So when he speaks about that, that's what he's speaking about. Because now I know I'm out here and I know exactly what he's talking about. It takes us to be us. It takes us to get this message out here. He cannot get out here without any money. He cannot put any signs out without any money. He cannot get on the radio without any money. He can't do any kind of things that he puts together without any money. So when he goes out here and he says, donate to his Cash App. I don't care what he has. Donate, y'all. If you really want to be us, for us to remain grassroots, we need grassroots money. And right now, Dale has only received $65. That's it. Now, if you want him to continue to be grassroots, he needs money for a computer. He needs money for a camera. He needs money for different things to be able to get himself out there. A phone, things of that nature. But he's not willing to take it from them. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
FBA goddess, let me say something. And this all ties into the topic. For people, especially those black on black crime people, even though we unproved that's a damn lie, and that white Americans and black Americans commit violent crimes at the same rate. 89% of white Americans are murdered by other white Americans. Like 90% of black Americans are murdered by other black Americans. However, unlike black Americans, white Americans are not wrongly convicted, wrongly arrested at high rates, wrongly convicted at high rates, and then later exonerated. Over 50%, 60%. Black American men, we don't know the real number. Y'all know how America goes with the census. Black American men, like what, 6 to 10%?
They trying to charge that mass shooter as a daggone juvenile.
Right.
And he killed 5 people and injured 12.
Black American men are like what, 6 to 10% of America's population, and yet we're over 60% of the people wrongly convicted and later exonerated for crimes. And you add black women, and it goes up to 70. So when we talk about black on black crime, the crime is being done to black people, and black people who are supposed to be standing up for us don't do it. That's the black on black crime. But when you get black people or any color who is standing up to run for us, we do need the money. Do y'all know I probably could have beaten Clyburn and gotten a lot of money if I would have taken abortion off, if I would have taken the fact that I'm against abortion off of my platform, but I refuse to back down. You know, they tried to pressure me to take illegal immigration off my platform, that I was against it. I refuse to back down. Did you know they tried to get me to become an LGBTQ candidate? I literally I even had other reparationists come and tell me, you got to use it, man. You get some money. They wanted me to put LGBTQ issues. One organization would have probably filled my damn bank account up. They said I didn't have to take anything down. Just add on.
He's telling exactly truth, because Dale is, he's telling he's telling the truth. I'm telling you.
And they didn't want me to take anything off. They just wanted me to add something specific for LGBTQ. And I told them no. I said no. I said I'm repairing Black America. I said I have other things on there that's going to benefit everyone, including LGBTQ. But no, if y'all don't want us to sell out, a lot of politicians sell out because they didn't have no morals or convictions to begin with. However, some sell out because they need the money. So they start selling out to get the money from these different groups. If we don't want our reparations candidates to do that, we have to donate to them. And to my black on black crime people, why don't you get your black on black ass up on the ballot so you can do some black on black policies so we can deal with these black on black generation of black on black terrorism that the government has been doing to us. So all my black on black crime coons crying in the comments, get your black on black ass on the ballot with a black on black platform so we could be black on black voting for you. That's how you deal with it. The real black on black crime is when you have black people, quote unquote, who don't give a damn about black life, who talk against reparations, lineage-based reparations, who talk against bringing back the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen hospitals, Freedmen schools, protected class status, compensation for stolen land, bringing back Black Wall Street. But all of a sudden, when a black person, less than 1% of us, but one of that less than 1% murders another black person, they start talking about accountability. Like I said, accountability ain't going to start with us. Accountability is going to start with the people that's been terrorizing us, and that's the federal government. Don't pick and choose when you want accountability. Keep that energy all the way through. If you want us to be accountable, then you're going to hold this federal government accountable the same way they've held themselves accountable to other groups that they haven't even done 1% of the damage they've done to us. Don't come to my face with it. Who's next?
So, up next is going to be Holla, then Trey, then Bamboo.
Okay. Holla,
you got it. And if you want to speak, please raise your hand so we know.
Colin. All right. Bamboo. Bamboo. You have to unmute your microphone. Okay. I'm gonna let them stay up for a while. Who's next?
Hey, Trey.
Trey, you got it.
Okay, then let's go with Brand. You can unmute your mic.
Brandon, you got it.
Talking to me?
Yep. Right.
All right. So thank you for hosting this space as always. You know, I'm normally just in the back seat. The sister was talking about the candidate in North Carolina. I just really want you to connect with me. I'm doing some stuff to turn out the vote there and would like to include y'all, and also would like to talk to you about your race for city council in Raleigh. That's literally all I had. But thanks for hosting this space.
Right. I didn't know if I could tell them that, Brandon. That's why I didn't mention it. But we are working on something here for all the Brandon. Yeah, for FBA artists, I'll make the connection. We are working on something here specifically. Brandon, I don't know how many details I can give, but being that you kind of reach out.
You can go.
Well, that's what I was about to say earlier. You mentioned it, but I said I'll talk to you later. But if you want to talk to it now, that's about it.
Well, the Black Caucus, and Brandon's the head of the Black Caucus, y'all. He is a reparationist. He moves differently than me. You know, I want to say he moves differently. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. But he's he's the head of the South Carolina Black Caucus. We're working on a major project. FBA Goddess, everyone, my people in Georgia and North Carolina, they think y'all the Southern Giants, and they kind of just ignore South Carolina. We're like that sliced tomato between the two breads. That's how I like to try to treat South Carolina. But we're working on an initiative specifically for Black men. Black men getting Black men on the ballot. But you know if I'm involved in it, and it ain't gonna just be because you Black, you get on the ballot and you sell us out. No, it's gonna be some policies being talked about specifically for us. But North Carolina and Georgia is involved too. So that's what I wanted to tell you, but I wasn't sure how much Brandon wanted me to say. But that's the details I'll give you now. Who is next? Trey, are you there? Holland, are you there? Holland.
So yeah, we can go with Tyrone, Afro Elite,
okay, then
Glenn, and then we'll come back around to Holla and Trey if they're available at that time.
All right,
so Tyrone, you up.
Peace. Thanks. I want to deal with the title real quick because I do believe that it's a myth. You already pointed out the data shows it's less than 1%. So I guess I want to know, do we deal with the narrative of them trying to portray our whole society with that myth, or do we actually still try to deal with that less than 1% within our society?
I mean,
or both, because
we do both. But here's the thing: we can do both, but there is no community in this system, and that's just me. That's using language from my family background. Jehovah's Witnessing,
because I know that see, like, we're not a society of rappers. It's just that our rappers gain a lot of attention, and those handful of rappers talking about that less than 1% of our society. It seems it's a perception as if we're almost glorifying that. Every culture has an underbelly. Every culture has gangs and people who commit crimes. It's just that it's not magnified like ours is because they don't have a culture in which, it seems as if it's celebrated. And I don't think we celebrate it. I think that's a myth. because like I said, everybody don't even listen to rap music in our culture like that. Everybody don't rap. Everybody's not on stage doing, you know what I'm saying, all that degenerate stuff. But at the end of the day, to the world, it seems a certain way. That's why I'm asking, do we go out our way to kind of try to change that narrative? And also, do we actually still try to deal with the less than 1% that actually does exist, you know? And how do we go about doing that? Well, you already kind of laid it out. I've been listening. We get in office and we change the conditions, because I do think if we did change our conditions, it will change our behavior. And I do think that, you know, the government should definitely, they played a part. They created the conditions, so we need them to kind of change the conditions. But I also do feel just a small amount that we still have to take some accountability, but I do believe that the government has a big part to play in it. Like, I'm not one of these people who's going to blame us, for all our problems, when I can clearly see that we've been put in a situation that's causing us to act out a certain way, but I was just really wondering, and I'm going to land with this because I don't want to keep repeating myself. But are we more concerned with the narrative?
I heard you. You kind of asked me that twice. So let me address your question, please. So, one, we can do both, but there is no perfect society in this system. I mean, I would love for people.
Damn, I think I was muted the whole time.
No, you aren't.
So,
You
not to
weren't.
repeat myself real quick, I was just wondering, are we more concerned with the narrative of the?
Do you hear me speaking? Can you do 100? Because I don't think you hear me. Do you hear me speaking, Tyrone? Hello? I don't. I think he's having connectivity issues, but I'm gonna still speak to what he said. First of all, when have we not dealt with issues in the Black community? Maybe I missed this, and I went to a district that was very low performing. Like I always tell y'all, the lowest performing school district in the state of South Carolina, which is pretty low if you see South Carolina. But maybe I missed this in history class. I didn't know that America was caring for the Black community. I didn't know America was attending and addressing our needs. I thought that was us. Last time I checked, y'all, it was only Black Americans who've ever dealt with any issues in the Black American community, even when we haven't caused them. Last time I checked, Black Americans have had to defend and fight for this nation while defending against and fighting against this nation that was terrorizing us. The last time I checked, we always get the worst of what's going wrong in this country while also pushing for rights to make life better for everyone in this country. We have to do all of that, and then we have to deal with our own issues while not getting any help from this country, while this country pounds on the issues that they've caused. So can someone tell me, when have Black Americans never not address issues in our community, even though we haven't caused them? Can someone tell me when that's happened? Because people have me. Thank you. Because I thought we're the only ones that have ever given a damn about what goes on in our community. We are dealing with problems that we didn't even goddamn cause. Okay?
Speak about Marcel about even with.
Hold on, Goddess. Let me get to this. So I need to, but hold on. Even in the best communities, you got these white gated communities, majority white gated communities. What generational trauma do white Americans have? Did they go through chattel slavery, land theft, Jim Crow, redlining, lynch mob, racial massacres, poison water, medical experiments, babies being fed alligators? Did white Americans go through that? No, they didn't. And yet, even in these wealthy gated white communities, you have violent crime. What's their excuse? They don't have poverty. They don't have inherited trauma. They have access to quality health care, physical care. They don't deal with high levels of stress on a day-to-day basis. We're just trying to make it. They're not being robbed of an inheritance, okay? They weren't born into oppressive conditions. Even they have violent crime. So it just kills me when we act like because there are miscreants in our community, that is somehow an indictment against the Black American community. That ain't gonna go down on my watch. Y'all see, when Greg Marcel Dixon says I'm gonna stand up for y'all, I'm gonna stand up for y'all, not just when it comes to legislation, but when it comes to pushing back against these anti-Black American myths and lies. No one will be slandering my people in my presence and think I'm not going to say nothing. Now, I can always ignore trolls. I'm good at that. But when it's time for me to stand up for it, I'm going to push back against these things too. As far as rap music goes, you know what? We don't know what the hell we're talking about. We really, really don't know what the hell we're talking about. Violent crime in America started surging around the late 60s. In the 70s, it took off. In the 80s, it exploded. Thanks to Reagan, of course. And in the early 90s, it really peaked. Gangster rap, the type of rap music that a lot of people like to blame, was not even a thing in those decades. Violent crime is actually still at a 40, 50-year low in most of America, okay? So, if anything, if we want to talk about correlation, you could say rap music has helped to lower crime because crime is at a 40, 50-year low in America. So let's stop acting like rap music ushered in this wave of crime. I'm never going to deny that music cannot be weaponized against us. They weaponize everything against us. Minstrel shows, cartoons, like I said before. Well, let's stop acting like rap music's the problem and not the 500 years of terrorism and trauma that we're still experiencing is not the problem. We quick to blame rap music, but somehow don't have that same smoke for the federal government and the representatives there that oils our inheritance ain't paying it. I ain't having that go down. Second of all, let's talk about this issue too. Let's talk about the fact that we like to talk about what these rappers talk, with the things they talk about in their music in the communities they're from. Is it the rappers that's the problem? Or is it the problem that a lot of them, so many of these young Black men are from communities filled with poverty and violence and homelessness and mental illness and toxic stress? The problem is not what they rap about. The problem is that they come from these communities and they can rap about these things in the first place. When I have kids that can tell me about drugs, sex, and violence that they've seen, the problem ain't the kids. The problem is necessarily their families. The problem is the conditions that they've grown up in and how they've been allowed to be in those conditions. When white America's having issues like we see with the opioid crisis, this government writes a blank check to get them out of their issues. They don't say to white Americans, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps, even though white Americans have all the boots. They have a whole damn pallets filled with boots that they've been given by the federal government. But when Black Americans go through issues, no one says, well, look at all the wealth we've stolen from y'all, all the trauma and violence we've inflicted upon y'all. They say to us, pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, and we ain't ever had a boot, a sock, or a shoestring. It ain't rap music that's the problem, it's the federal government. And the fact that so many rappers, these young Black men, are from communities that have such high levels of violence and stress, that's the problem. Address the issues in the community, not just the results of these issues existing in the community. Okay, Trey, are you there now?
Okay, so Afro.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Okay, Trey, go ahead.
Yeah, I can't dispute much that Marcel is talking about. But I would say once you get in office, is what you're going to do. Particularly, I'm an urban planner, and I see the competence level of politicians are not too high. I say, like, where are you going to go? What are you going to do for the transportation industry? Well, how are you going to use the gas tax? Do you know about the trust funds of your state, your federal trust fund, what that money is being used for? How can you use that money to help your communities? Really, the competence level. Okay, you get there in office. What's going to be the competence level to actually do something? I'll let that there.
Okay, well, let me say this. My plan, that's kind of not the topic, even though it definitely relates. My plan is on my website, marcelforcongress.com. As far as this issue goes, I'm running on a platform of reparations. If we want to deal with quote unquote Black on Black crime, okay, guess what? I don't mind people giving crime a color. If you want to give crime a color, go ahead and give crime a color. Let's give these policies a color too, though. Let's do some Black on Black policies in, okay? And just because I want to make it lineage specific, let's make sure it's Black American policies. So, Trey, I will say you gotta go to my website and you have to look at it. And I will say this: yeah, a lot of politicians are incompetent indeed. That's why I'm running to replace one of them. So, who's next?
Okay, so up next is going to be Afro Elite, and here's the thing: we got 4 people waiting. So
Okay.
if you've already spoken, go
Yeah.
ahead and drop down. Afro Elite, then it'll be Glenn, then it'll be Cole, and we're going to come back to you, Holla, or as you were, then we're going to come back to Bamboo. So please be ready, and we're going to give you guys 2 minutes at this point.
Hold on real quick. Bamboo, are you there? Bamboo. Well, I'm dropping Bamboo down.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
good, Bamboo.
Can
Oh,
y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Only Mel Cruz. Let me let Bamboo go for
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, Bamboo. You got the mic. You got it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I strongly believe that if African Americans are going to get their reparations, they need to, first of all, reclaim your identity as to who you are. And I know a lot of people are probably going to argue about this, but your true identity of who you are the biblical descendants of the children of Israel. That's who you really are. You arrived on the shores of the United States of America in the hulls of slave ships, as it was prophesied in Deuteronomy 28. So if you can unify under the banner of a nation, as a nation, you must unify under the banner as a nation and then demand from the government what you want in terms of reparations, in terms of everything that you want. If you cannot do that, then your organization, your ability to unify will be greatly hampered. And these white Jews that are occupying Israel today, 1948 Israel, are committing the greatest act of identity theft that the world has ever seen. If y'all
I'm sorry, Bamboo. Can you just talk about the topic though? Because I don't know a lot about the Hebrew Israelite ideology. So can you just talk about the topic, please? Bamboo? Hello?
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes. Yes. I was talking
seconds.
about unifying as a nation, as a government, as one people. Otherwise, if y'all are too scattered to unify and speak as one voice, as one government, as one nation, y'all are gonna get passed over. So we need to speak as one nation, and with the backing of God, reclaiming our identity as Hebrews. And it's not just a cult. This is not a cult. This is your true identity. This is who we are. So if you can reclaim that and have the backing of God behind you 100%, because you are going to need spiritual backing. You cannot do this on your own. You are fighting a very powerful devil. And those people pretending to be you, they're backed by their devil, and they have the power to print money. So what?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I was great.
Yeah.
I was going to say too, because Bamboo was saying you people, you, and so I was getting yeah. But thank you, Bamboo. Up next is going to be Afro Elite. You got the mic.
That was my mistake, Afro. I should have came to you first. So you got it.
It's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna be quick because I know you have a lot of people that want to speak on this topic. First off, this very specific topic was the first topic that I ever talked about on YouTube. This was my very first YouTube topic, and I broke down all the statistics about how, first off, the term black on black crime is nonsensical. It doesn't even make sense because we don't use that term when it comes to any other ethnicity or any other race of people. But when you actually look at the numbers, not only is violent crime decreasing, and it's been decreasing for several decades consistently, with spikes coming up here and there due to the economy, which is the real issue of the matter. But when you actually look at crime, violent crime, it is directly correlated to somebody's socio-economic position. And this isn't just with black people. You can look at poor whites, and the thing is that poor whites, their crime is extremely high. Those hillbillies and those trailer park trash, all the meth heads over there, their crime rate is out of this world, and nobody seems to report on that. Nobody seems to home in on their violent crime. The thing is that black people, if you look at all of the numbers and you compare everything apples to apples, Black people actually commit the least amount of crime in comparison when you factor in the socio-economics. It's just that every little thing that Black people do is over-reported, and everything that they do is underreported. When I forgot his name, when that dude shot up those Asian, which really was prostitution shops, nobody mentioned the fact that they were prostitution shops. We were just talking about what's his name, Jeffrey Epstein, and all of the people that Jeffrey Epstein killed, or the people Ed Buck killed. When it's a white person, you got to commit your crime. Your body's got to be in the double digits before the police pay attention to you. When it comes to black person, you don't even have to commit a crime. Black people are the number one people who are falsely incarcerated, and the number one people who are acquitted for committing a crime. So when you count all of these things up and add up all the math, I'm just talking about the math specifically, not even my opinion. When you add up all the math, you can make the strong argument that Black people, specifically foundational Black Americans or freemen, we commit the least amount of crime. And not only that, we're the most accountable for it. We're the only group of people who are ever saying, we got to do better, guys. We got to do better. Let's talk about what we can do. Let's talk about how we can fix anything. We're the only people who are constantly trying to take accountability, who are constantly trying to improve, or are constantly trying to fix anything. And to be honest, it's a very, very, very small percentage of Black people who do commit crime. We admit there are some who do, but it's only like a very, very small percentage of it. It's just that percentage is being looked at under a microscope, and we're getting blamed. The rest of the society is getting blamed by what that very small percentage is doing. And that is not the case when it comes to any other race. And I just want to point that out, and I'll land there. I know other people want to speak.
No, and I'm gonna back up what you said with facts. Because like I said, I tell people I do facts. What you said is true. FBI data. And I one day, this was back in 2015, I went through every single year. I think I started in the 1970s with FBI data. I looked at the Black population too, and I looked at the number of Blacks. I only did violent crime now. I didn't do any other type of crime. I did violent crime, assault, manslaughter, murder, rape. Believe it or not, y'all, they even consider what's the thing called? Not vandalism. It's a type of crime where you like damage property, like destruction of property. They even consider that violent crime. Okay, like destruction of property is considered violent crime. I did all of that. I tallied up, and from 1970 to 2015, not even 1% of the Black American community or the Black community, because we don't know and that's another thing, y'all. We talk about Black on Black crime. We don't even know if some of these people are Black Americans. A lot of these people now are descendants of immigrants, Caribbean, Latin, but that's a whole other topic. But even with them being included, less than 1% of the Black community any given year will commit a violent crime. Less than 1%. I did the damn math myself. That's why I can stand on what I say. Then, like Afro mentioned, Black men are 53 to 60% of the wrongly arrested, wrongly convicted, and later exonerated. Meaning they spent time in prison and then they later found out, oh, my bad, it wasn't you. How about the many Black bindos that died in prison or were put to death, who never got the exoneration and didn't do it? When you add Black women, it goes up to damn near 70%. So damn near 7 out of 10 people who are wrongly arrested, wrongly convicted, and later exonerated are Black people in this country. The FBI data just shows arrests. This country already, we know, has a history of arresting the first Black face they see. So just because you see a Black face arrested for a crime doesn't mean they did it. So even when you're looking at the FBI data, they're not telling you about the Black people who were wrongly arrested, wrongly convicted, wrongly exonerated. They're also not telling you the Black people who were arrested, but that night alone were let go because the police said, okay, yeah, it wasn't you. So we got to stop trying to weaponize this FBI data. But if people want to use FBI data, it actually proves our case more. Now, white Americans, on the other hand, White Americans are the least likely to get jail time for any sort of crime. That's not saying they don't get jail and prison time, but if any group is not going to get thrown in jail or prison for a crime, it's going to be a white American. They are the least policed, and they are actually the least represented when it comes to people who are wrongly convicted and later exonerated. Not saying it doesn't happen to them, but it doesn't happen to them anywhere near the level to which it happens to us. Okay? Third of all, when we think about, let's say there's 15 murders in a black community, we automatically assume each of those 15 people was murdered by a different individual. When in reality, a lot of times in a lot of communities, you have repeat offenders who are serial offenders, meaning that one person can victimize 2 to 3 people. And we're sitting here thinking that every time it's a black person committing a crime, it's a different individual when it's really just one person doing the same. First of all, even if almost every black American was committing a crime, that is never a justification for saying they don't deserve justice and they don't deserve love. But being that only 99.9% of us will never commit a violent crime, if that was the qualifier, we will be the community deserving of the most love. And other communities, there are not mentioned, will be the communities who will deserve the least. But this whole narrative that we've got to love ourselves, that's the dumbest thing ever. They're pretty much saying that if a community doesn't love themselves and they're measuring a community's love of self based on what the worst of that community does. That's only done to us. White American and Asian Americans, they get measured by the best among them. Bill Gates, who only got what he got because his parents were rich, and Jeff Bozo, as I call him, only got what he got because he was able to borrow or get $1 million from his parents. They measure white people by the best among them, or what they view as the best. Black Americans, we get measured by the worst among us. But then here's this thing, y'all. How many black people, how many of our people would not have been criminals, would not have committed crime if they were born into circumstances where we had the justice and the inheritance that we are owed? How many of our people lives would have been different if we had the wealth we were owed? Yet white Americans have the wealth. Most of America's wealth is in white Americans' hand, and you still got people commit violent crime. And why? So, like Afro said, when you consider the poverty rate among Black Americans and how we're so disenfranchised, bad schools, homelessness, violent crime, toxic water, you name it, and we still have an extremely low violent crime rate. Give me 1 second. Hello? I'm good. Hold on, y'all. I got UPS.
Okay. So while
Hold
Marcel's doing his UPS, Cole, you are up next. You got the mic. And if you've already spoken, if you can drop down just so we can add more people, and please raise your hand so we know that you want to speak. Cole, you got it. Cole, are you there?
Cole, you got to come off your microphone.
Hey everybody. Salute to everybody in the space. I usually just come through to listen and learn from all of you guys. This is the first time I'm actually speaking. So thank you for allowing me to speak, Marcel. I was born in the 80s. I'm from the Bronx, New York. I don't know if anybody else in this room is from New York, but my grandma, she's from South Carolina. When she moved up to the Bronx, she had this thing called the tenant patrol. A lot of black folks in my neighborhood had a tenant patrol, and what they would basically do is police their own neighborhood. So this narrative that black people do not care about black lives is false. I've seen it growing up. We had a Black Lives Matter movement before the organization. I remember the shooting of Amadou Diablo in the Bronx. I remember the shooting of what's his name? Uh, Dag. It's a young man that got killed, Sean Bell. All of these uprisings was going on before these organizations, before this coined phrase "black on black crime." Also, pigtailing off of what Marcel said, a lot of crimes that these other folks of other races commit, they're going underreported. You can simply watch the ID channel and see how buck wild these people go. These crimes are not reported nationally. So we don't hear about them. All we hear on the local news is what Black folks are doing. That does not take away the fact that these folks are out here doing the same thing and not getting punished for it. So I just wanted to say that, Priest. Like I said, thank you guys for allowing me to speak. Black folks do care about Black lives, man. We do. We love each other. So we have to stop this narrative. Every time somebody passes away and they're famous, we have to stop this narrative and stop finger wagging at each other. I'm a regular Black person. I don't commit no crime. I'm not a criminal. I don't want to come online and see other Black folks blaming me or blaming other Black people for things that we're not doing out here in these streets. There's a specific group that is doing that. You cannot appeal to a criminal by talking to the population. It doesn't work that way. Criminals are going to do what criminals are going to do, unless you're willing to confront those people. You can't sit here and wag your finger at a whole community. We're getting beat down left and right by everybody else. We don't need to be beating down each other. And like I said, I just wanted to say that. Thank you, everybody, for allowing me to speak. I'll land there.
Cole, let me say something. First of all, my great grandparents, my great grandmother, first and foremost, moved up to the Bronx too from South Carolina. That's where all of them went. Manhattan, South Carolina. Manhattan and the Bronx. They all back down in the South now, South Carolina and Georgia. So that's where all the South Carolinians went. And let me also say, I see we got people in the queue. You made a very good point. You can say to a whole group of people, don't rape, murder, and kill, and most people are not going to do it. But to the people who are going to rape, murder, and kill, they still going to rape, murder, and kill. That's not a failure of the group. That's just because you got people who are miscreants who are going to do miscreant stuff. How dare you blame us for that? You know what's funny? Majority of Black Americans are doing good things in their community. They don't get any attention, no support at all. And you'll never hear the media report it. Another thing that's funny, you got these anti-Black American coons, and then you got the media talk about Black on Black crime, where you have Black organizations trying to police ourselves because the real criminals were the police officers in the community, like the Black Panthers. The government got rid of them. When you have Black organizations doing good work, this government goes out their way to get rid of them. Those are the real criminals. And another thing I want to say, again, no other community is held to the same standard where they're measured by the lowest denominator in their community. Only us. And we do it to our damn selves. And that's the annoying thing. We talk about Black on Black crime, but no one talks about Black on Black policies to address the criminal conditions that this government has us living in. And that's not going to fly with me. That bird don't got no damn feathers, no goddamn wings. Only Mel Cruz, I'm not sure who's next.
Okay, so Black Alpha, we're going to bring you up. Go ahead and unmute your mic. You got it.
I appreciate it. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so glad for this space. I'm very glad for it because in a lot of ways, we have to have this conversation. We have to have this conversation because as our brother was just saying, we are the only community that bases, our judgment on the lowest denominator. Nobody does that. The dominant society just had Jeffrey Dahmer, and I didn't see anybody running around here saying they need to do better. You don't hear Hispanics talking about El Chapo and how much they need to do better. Everybody has to understand this type of rhetoric is how hate crime laws get written. This whole we hate each other, we're these violent creatures. I remember in the 90s, they were saying Black men were endangered species. Really? Endangered species. This type of, mentality is thrust upon us from the dominant society. And a lot of Black folks believe this stuff. When you look at our rates of crime, it is lower than everybody else. The dominant society and even Hispanics, they lead in almost every single crime category. And all of our crimes predominantly are economic based, which means when you go up the economic ladder, our crimes go down. Everybody else, you go up the economic ladder and theirs stays the same. So meaning the same things that go on in the trailer park go on in the suburbs. How many times when you go into the suburbs and you see a news story or an article, you see yellow tape right around the goddamn white person's house because some Billy Bob came home and murdered his wife? Okay, these things don't occur with us. And we are the only people out here having silence the violence rallies, marches, out here really stumping for this. Where I'm from, if somebody's running around and he's a recidivist killer, repeated offender, the neighborhood gonna handle him. This is why you had the Black Panther Party. They weren't just policing the police. They were policing the inner community crime. Nobody gives us credit for these type of things. Nobody does. So we have to understand it's not hip hop music. It's the environment. Tupac Shakur rapped about first give them dope, watch them deal to brothers, give them guns, step back, watch them kill each other. Notice what he's saying. Give, okay? The dominant society is behind half of this in the conditions we live in. And then when you view us being oppressed people, we commit the least of crime of any oppressed person in the world. When you look at us, we commit the most minute crimes based upon having to deal with the most oppression. Nobody else has to do with this, okay? So when you talk about, you know, the black crime statistics and you view them in terms of the FBI, you can genuinely look that black folks have the least amount of crime. And also, when you tell other black folks this, they can't wrap their mind around it. You have to literally look. I remember telling black folks that white folks was on welfare the most, and they didn't believe me. So we have to genuinely understand that when you're talking about black people, when you're talking about our community, we definitely hold each other down. We represent it. You don't walk around and there's killers everywhere. There's not killers next door. The guy next door is not going to do a drive-by on me. It's not going to happen. Typically, this is the 1%, and the 1% does not reflect the 99%. The average foundation of Black American is out here putting in work, doing real things, and keeping everything in perspective. So I appreciate this. And remember, a lot of this we needs to do better. That is starting to become black people's way of saying, what about black on black crime? So we got to understand we are doing, you know, as best as we can. We are functioning as best as we can, being in an oppressive state. And we're not going to stand by and let everybody give us low marks and low grades. It's not an epidemic. It's a few people who are out of line. And those people who are out of line, the community handles that. And we're going to keep on working in time that game. So everybody stay good, stay safe.
You got that right. And you don't tell people talking about the crime that's committed against us when you have Black Americans, 15 to 20% of the population, conservatively speaking, but we're 60% of the homeless. When you have 19% of Black families that are beyond broke, okay, we have a negative net worth, and nothing's done to specifically address our issues. When you have our children being born into communities that don't even have clean water, where we had 16 and 19 million acres that have been stolen, when we are going to the most underfunded schools, and you still have, in 2022, we still have communities that are dealing, mainly Black communities, that are dealing with lead poisoning. Lead, okay? Something I thought that we were supposed to have dealt with in the 1970s. When you don't have wealth to leave your kids, that's the crime. The crime ain't black on black crime. The crime is crime being done to Black people. Okay? That's the damn crime. And also, just like you said, Black Alpha, when Black Americans, we have been doing initiatives for a while trying to deal with crime in our communities. But that misses the mark a lot of times. Because a lot of times when we're trying to deal with crime in our communities, we're trying to deal with the surface level issues. The real issues are the systemic level issues. And that's why I, for one, started running for office on a platform of reparations, because it's the systemic issues. And the systemic issues in education, it's in housing, it's in the job market, it's in the housing industry, banking, politics. That's where the crime goes. People want to talk about black on black crime, but they don't want to talk about those black on black policies. People talk about we got to hold ourselves accountable. Excuse me? How about you start holding the federal government accountable for how they treated us? Accountability seems to only begin and end with us. Nobody wants to hold any other institution accountable. White Americans have abusing drugs left and right. They call it an opioid crisis. And they're giving programs, millions of dollars, maybe billions, I don't know the exact number, to give them houses and cars and jobs. When Black Americans were experiencing a drug use crisis that the federal government cost, we were given prison time and destroyed neighborhoods and street balance. When white Americans were dealing with widespread poverty, this nation did the GI Bill to give them houses and cars and jobs and go to college and wealth that they can pass down. When Black Americans are dealing with widespread poverty that this country has caused, we're giving finger wagging, and cousin Pookie and Ray Ray is on the couch, which is pretty much Obama's way of saying lazy Negro men who don't do nothing. That's what we're giving. Black on black crime narratives is not going to fly with me. And I'm going to stand up against it every single time. Only Mel Cruz, I'm not sure who's next.
Okay, and you make a great point there, Marcel, because if you look at it, when that crack epidemic was going on, it was really Oliver North who was working it out for Reagan so they could send the money that was being generated over to I can't remember what the name of
Iran.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Contras, the Contranistas. And so, so they got to get political offices. Oliver North did, but the brothers and the sisters, we was either strung out or locked down. And so it's just
they didn't see a day behind bars. Some people went to jail, but Reagan never saw a day behind bars.
Come on.
I think some people did get some jail time, but didn't see a day behind bars. So that's why but you know, are the real criminals.
Yeah, absolutely. But for you to be locked down in something like that, involved in that, and then get to turn around and be a representative for the United States of America, Oliver North, you know, that's lopsided. But the people who were impacted negatively by this crack epidemic, all they got was bad prison time and addiction. So
and now finger wagging now from the descendants of those same people.
There it is. Sunshine, you got the mic. We're giving you 2 minutes so that we can get everybody else up too. Okay, you got it. Are you there, Sunshine? Okay, Roger, you're up. Is it a Roger in the house? Roger Ward? Okay, don't make me. You got the mic?
Are you there? No, I don't see Roger. I don't see him up there.
Don't make me. You got the mic, babe.
All right, thank you. I'm really appreciating this space and this conversation. I wanted to really just hone in on it's virtually impossible to do Black politics when you have an agenda like Black celebrity and rap music in this instance being pushed as Black culture. What I'd really like to see is sort of that approach that was used against Kanye, where any negative conversation being geared towards a specific ethnic group is virtually stamped out. We have groups like NAACP, we have the Black Caucus. It really is, in my mind, their responsibility to make these sort of pushes, at least to lead that way in that sort of conversation. Probably in the 90s, that conversation was there. We've definitely lost it. When individuals like Leor Cohen are able to go on a national platform like Breakfast Club and say, you know, I needed to feed my kids, so selling Black on Black crime is okay, but I don't want to sell the opioid crisis because it was just wrong. We need our leadership and our groups to sort of stamp out that kind of rhetoric as we saw used against Kanye West. The agenda now is being pushed forward into women, into Black women. Now we're seeing that same sort of agenda being uplifted in our music. And so again, that approach is being used. And so right now it's a huge problem. So I do tend to push back when we say like hip hop or rap music isn't a problem. We're letting celebrity lead the way as sort of our window into success. And so essentially celebrity wants all of the benefit. But when things like this, as has been mentioned here, we're hearing things like we need to do better. Well, that's typically the voice of celebrity talking, chastising us first, and then potentially going into the actual subject matter at hand. I'm not a Pan-Africanist, but what I will say is these companies like a YouTube, as an example, they're essentially global companies with almost no friction across borders. So now they're actually
30 seconds.
They're taking this agenda, making it a global agenda. So the culture, Black American culture, is actually being viewed through the eyes of YouTube on a global basis. So that is actually going to take place, and we're seeing it take place in African countries now. Again, not being a Pan-Africanist, but I do believe that at some point in time, partnership will be essential for Black Americans with different African countries. So I just want to see more of the pushback and the silencing of things like driller music being allowed on platforms like YouTube. And that's it. Thank you.
So, yeah, I've gotten into this discussion with a lot of people before. Everything, and I'm going to be repeating a lot of points because I'm consistent. And I ain't wrong. Everything's been weaponized against us as Black Americans. Okay? They weaponize comic books, cartoons, songs, food. They've weaponized everything against us. So I'm never going to say that our own art, they've always weaponized our own art against us. So hip hop, rap music is no exception. But I push back against the implication that somehow if we just start having conscious rap, then all of a sudden our kids will lift their heads up a little higher and aspire to more. We need to give our people more credit. I'm never going to deny that art doesn't influence behavior. It definitely does. But acting like we made our rap music positive, that all of a sudden all the woes in the black community will go away. No, I need us to take that energy to the federal government, because long before rap music or gangster rap and drill rap was a thing, you had violent crime surging and drug use that was important in our communities surging and mass incarceration surging from the 70s in the 80s, definitely in the 90s. Rap, gangster rap, and drill music had nothing to do with that. You had our poverty rate soaring. You had bad schools. You had all the issues that we're facing now that still existed. So we act like something that showed up in the early 90s is a cause for our woes. No, the thing that has been happening to us since the 1600s and continuing, that's the cause for our woes. So I'm not interested in some initiative on music, even though I get the point you're making in regards to Kanye and anti-Semitism and the double standard. I'm interested in us bringing the cost of reparations to the federal government to address their repair. I promise y'all, if we had the wealth we were owed, we could have all the gangster rap and drill music in the world, and it wouldn't make a difference in our socioeconomic status because we will have the wealth and resources we need. That's my focus there.
I agree with that, Marcel. And you know what? The government is the reason why the lyrics in drill rap are what they are, because they're singing about their own reality. Like it or love it, that's what's going on. So
that's what I'm saying too. That's exactly what I'm saying. And we should be more concerned about the fact that so many of our young black men have this reality that they rap about, are in these type of environments that in violent filled communities that have been allowed to exist.
Exactly. And singing about it, I mean, just thoroughly. Rashad, you're up next. You got the mic. You got 2 minutes.
Yes. How y'all doing today? It's I always find it funny, especially when it comes to people saying like, well, drill rap or gangster rap is the issue and such like that, when music for the most part have always just been a reflection of what's going on in black society or issues that's been going on in specific parts of black society. So the idea that that's the issue, it always I always laugh at that. And then they say that we glorify hip hop about gangster culture, but nobody says anything about white society at the fact that they've been glorifying the mafia and Italian culture of killing and being gangsters for so long, but nobody has a problem with that. And somehow gangster music is the problem in black society. We all know that all of that is just a deflection for what the actual issues is. And we know crime is based off of one, proximity, and based off of lack of resources. So if I'm sorry, I ain't gonna use Ray Ray, but if your best friend or whatever like that is starving, and the person who stays next to him probably he's seen that he just got $1,000 or something like that, there's a likelihood, because crime is based off of proximity, not based off the fact, oh, I just don't like other niggas. And then when it comes to these celebrities that we talking about, especially these gangsters, these quote unquote gangster rappers, they always are the loudest ones talking about, yeah, we the worst race, we did this and that. The only people who shot at me were other black people. Yes, nigga, because you was in the hood and you were doing gangster stuff. So you had other gangsters who was doing engaging in those activities. So I say all that to say, I'm glad that we're pushing back on these narratives, because these black celebrities who have been bought out, they continue to put some of them continue to push this narrative of black on black crime and we're the worst race, as if they were just innocent in these situations and not putting it in proper perspective. Thank y'all.
Absolutely. America, video games are violent, movies are violent, comic books are violent, cartoons are violent. Yet the only time that people want to talk about violence is when it comes to rap music. And like you made a good point with the Sopranos. Yeah, Italian mafia culture. What's the damn name of the damn guy? Al Capone and all of them, glorified. Godfathers glorified. Yeah, rap music, y'all. It's rap music. America, what violence in our entertainment did not start with rap music. Okay? America is the country that was sending out postcards with black people being lynched. America's the country that had a game called Shoot the Nigga Baby. So people shut the hell up talking about rap music.
It's one more point I wanted to make also, and I'm gonna be quick with it. It's called gore, death metal, black metal, and it's another one that's out there. These are literal subgenres of heavy metal. That gore, they talking about rape, incest, they talking about killing babies and stuff like that. Black metal, it talks about paganism, satanic worship, and doing all these different rituals. These things have been linked to actual murders and crimes and such like that. But you don't hear white society blasting about, well, what about white on white crime? We got gore music over it. Nobody's saying that. They're only saying, what about black on black crime? And then even our black leaders aren't calling out this hypocrisy. But that's all I want to say.
And just to add on a bit, again, not saying that rap music is not weaponized against us. Of course it is. Everything is. Hell, and you look at who controls the labels, well, that makes it, oh, there you damn go. But Black America's violent crime has not shown a correlation with music. It's shown a correlation with poverty. And yet, even that being the case, Black Americans, again, less than 1%. And I said less. I did not say 1%. I said less. People keep saying 1%. I didn't say 1%. I said less. FBI data verified. Less than 1% of the Black American population any given year commits a violent crime. And then half of those damn ones we're wrongly arrested and convicted for. So I'm never going to let that part die, ever. That's not minimizing the terrible impact that violent crime has on us, but that's also saying you're not about to blame the majority of us for what an extremely small minority does, unless we're going to apply that to all people, unless we're going to look at all white Americans and say you're serial killers, mass murderers, pedophiles, enslavers, genocidal, violent terrorists. Are we going to do that? Huh? Okay, it was good for the goose, good for the gander, right? I also find it funny that we're spending billions of dollars right now stopping white on white crime. Isn't that what's going on in Ukraine and Russia? A bunch of white people killing each other, and our government's giving money to them. Okay, Black Americans are old reparations. We ain't got a penny. White Americans white people killing each other left, right. The government said give them billions. So maybe we do need some black on black crime. Maybe we can get some billions and trillions that we're owed, right? Because according, that's the way it seems to work. If you care about black on black crime, which does not exist, you would care about black on black policy starting with lineage-based reparation. Who's next?
Yeah, let's see what them policies do. Black American Homeland, you are up right now. Unmute your mic. Black American Homeland, unmute your mic. Okay, Crawford, North Carolina, you got the mic.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone from the Carolinas. I'd like to speak a little bit on black on black crime, but I do want to take this time to address the recent Raleigh mass shooting.
Okay, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Yes. So about 20 days ago, in the Hedingham community in Raleigh, there was a 15-year-old white boy by the name of Austin Thomas, who shot 5 people. One involved is Nicole Connor. She is aged 52, and she had a 17-year-old dog named Sammy, which was her child. So when we discuss black on black crime, we can't discuss that until we look at the crime that's being committed by white individuals toward our black community. So I did put something in the Jumbotron that states, how does the city here in Raleigh expect for the husband of Nicole Connors to clean up the mess of white supremacy and the mess that a white teenager has caused? There are 12 bullet holes sitting in the garage, sitting in her car. Her tires are flat, and there's still blood of Nicole Connors on the garage door. So when we look at black on black crime, whether it exists, not exists, we do have to look at the external factors that cause those quote unquote crimes to happen, whether it be social economics, whether it be housing affordability, whether it be individuals coming out of the jail system, prison system. But all in all, where is the state at to provide protections for our Black brothers and sisters? Like Marcel said, where are the federal protections for our Black people? The state knew that Jim Crow existed. Federal government knew that Jim Crow existed, but they sat on their asses and did nothing. Right now, we have Black men and Black women sitting in prisons here in Raleigh, North Carolina now that don't deserve to be there. There is a need to end cash bonds. There's a need for Black men and women to go back into the communities, have protections for them as they go back into the communities. Individuals that are Black Americans that are currently working day to day, there should be protections for us, and there are not. So I'm running as Lieutenant Governor in 2024 to work with the Attorney General, to work with the district attorneys, to work with the state senators so that we can push the I think someone told me to change it, the FBA crime bill, the Black Children's Protections Act, the Reparations bill. Forget HR 40. We need our repayments now. They no longer can wait. We need our payments now. We need tangibles regarding education, regarding electricity, regarding housing affordability. There's no reason why we have Black men and women and children having to sit in city shelters because the state, the feds, and local officials don't want to do shit for them. That's why I'm running for Lieutenant Governor. That's why I'm going to push policies that work for our people. And no, I am not going to sit here any longer and allow white supremacy to take our people away. Thank you.
Thank you, Crawford. And again, Delmonte Crawford, we have to support our grassroots candidates, y'all. We say, some of us say at least, no vote, no tangibles, no vote. When you have candidates running on tangibles, understand you are never going to become more popular with the general community standing up for Black Americans. Even if you have things for other groups like DeMonte has, and I have too. I have like universal policies. When you make Black Americans, descendants of American slaves, your primary focus, you are not going to get the endorsements. You're not going to get the big organizations backing you. We have to back our candidates. I don't understand. We say that's what we want. So why aren't we putting our money up to show it? And that's why some candidates end up saying, like a Clyde bum, not making excuses for him, or hell with the Negroes, I'm going to do these policies that are going to be more popular with the general population so I can get that big money in. That's exactly one of the reasons why they sell out. Now, some of us can't be bought. I know I sure as hell can't, and I'm not going
And
to.
neither can he, because I'm
I
with
can't
him.
either. I'm not, and I'm sorry to hop up off the mic, Marcel, but I can't be bought. I can't be bought because I have Black nieces and nephews that are depending on our present and our future. We have to make that change. It starts with us. It starts with us to push that change. It starts with the grassroots to push that change. It starts with ordinary people doing extraordinary things in our community, in our state. We, you, me, Goddess, other individuals. I know that there's Miss Nicole's who's running for president in 2024. It takes those people to, as Teslan Figueron says, to push the line, to be boots on ground, to get in contact with your city council, your state reps, to hold their feet to the fire, the same way that they can knock on Nicole Connor's door and put mailers in her mailbox is the same that they should have done 20 days ago when the mass shooting occurred and nobody went in that community to provide resources. It wasn't until Goddess, myself, along with a couple of other community members that raised the concern as to why there aren't resources being provided in the Headingham shooting. And so this evening, I will be going to City Council addressing gun violence that happened and addressing why Nicole Connor's husband has not received resources. But thank you, Marcel.
Thank you, y'all. So remember, we have to support our candidates with our money. And I tell you know, I subtly ask for donations, but I have to start being more direct. We don't get the money, we don't get the candidates. That's really how it works.
It does take votes to win, but it takes money to stay in the race until you can win and to get your message out to get voters. And we talk about black on black crime, which again does not exist. But if we want to talk about why we do, like all communities, but they don't seem to call it white on white crime nor anything else. But in our case, with Black Americans, the reason why we do have the crime or the issues we do have is because of the conditions we've been forced into. And that's why we're running on policies to deal with those conditions. Black on black crime, well, I don't know about that one, doesn't exist. Well, I know we can get some black on black policies and we get some black on black candidates. And we got the black on black money, though. Those black on black dollars. All right, who's next, Only Mel Cruz?
All right, Lisa, you're up next. You got 2 minutes. Unmute your mic.
Okay, hi, thanks. One of the things I just wanted to add to this is just about the way that the population size, how they skew the actual demographics that make it appear that one ethnicity is committing more crime. So one of the things that they do is they take, say, in the US Census, so they have all of these other people who would not on sight be considered white, and they have them put into the same category as Caucasian. So like Middle Eastern, a lot of people that are from Latinx countries, a lot of them are, I guess the word is like
mixed.
Yeah, right. Or and they coerce them to basically check white. Some of them check white, so they can have brown skin, right? But they're checking white on the U.S. Census, and it's not. If it was a small number, it wouldn't really be that big of a deal, right? But when you have an entire category like the Middle Eastern category, where they've been trying to fight, like Middle Eastern people in the U.S. have been fighting to have themselves not included as Caucasian. And the reason that they don't want that is because it artificially inflates their numbers. So you have a whole, however many, 1 million people, you add 1 million people to your demographic numbers, it makes it so that they're holding on to a majority. So they're overrepresenting themselves in Congress by saying that they're, however much of the population. And then if in Congress, it's like, say it's 60%, and they say, oh, well, there's 60% Caucasian people in Congress, when in actuality, it's much lower because the numbers are not being accurately reflected. So another thing that they're doing is if you have people who are not actually Caucasian saying that they are, it's making their numbers look bigger by population size, which is, the crime stats that a lot of white supremacists point to is by pop size. So they're saying, oh, African Americans by population size commit more crimes, but they're making their population look bigger, thus making their crime stats by population size look smaller. So a lot of the issue is that none of these numbers are even being accurately reported at all. So like when white supremacists come in and try to use these stats and whatever, they're coming from a perspective of trying to get you to argue within their framework and understanding, oh, these numbers are right. But if you actually go in and you take them to task on it, you say, actually, no, like these numbers aren't even accurately reported. Like there's not 76%, there's only 60%. And then if you take out Middle Eastern, you take out also South Indians, like from India, are reported as Caucasian as well. So all these different groups are inflating their numbers in the US, making them, hold on to a majority in places that they don't have any right to anyways, So that's just something I always try to add to this conversation, that these numbers they're being inflated. What they're reporting isn't even correct anyways. And it's all just like, it's just a game of numbers for them. Like they know that they're doing it. That's why they've refused to let other groups remove themselves from the Caucasian category. So that's what I wanted to say.
Excellent point. And I kind of touched on that earlier about disaggregation. First of all, y'all, let's understand something.
I forgot the number, so don't quote me, but something like 65% of police precincts actually report crime data to the FBI, right? And a lot of them are heavily black places. The ones that don't do it are usually heavily white. So we don't have an accurate view of crime from that data. But not just that, this aggregation, Hispanic and Latinos, that's not a race. That's an ethnicity. So a lot of Hispanic and Latinos are sometimes saying they're white, sometimes they're saying they're black. Look at Tiger Woods. You couldn't get the man to say he was black. Some calablasian. What the hell is that? But remember when he got arrested, y'all? What's the first thing you saw in that damn report? Black. The cop, those white cops in Florida said, you a nigga, and put that black label right on there and threw him right on in jail. And then we got guys like that guy that took feces and smeared it in some woman's face. He's talking some black man. He was no damn black man, not black American. He was from Ghana. Sometimes, and remember that guy, I think the one that bit that lady in the face because she didn't want to go out with him. He's from Caribbean heritage. She wasn't black American, but they're getting put in our numbers. That's an excellent point, Lisa. This aggregation has to happen. And like Lisa said, you have groups that are saying, hey, I'm not white. Like, what's the lady's name, y'all? She's in Michigan, Detroit. Rashida Tlaib. Rashida Tlaib, I don't know if y'all saw this. One time she was on the floor of Congress and she said to a white Republican guy, and y'all know I don't like none of them, but she said, do I look white to you? She said, do I look white? She said, a lot of Middle Easterners look like me or darker or some lighter, but they're not white. And they won't let them get their own category because we know the census wants us to believe that there's more white people in America than there are. When a lot of times you have groups that are definitely not white, like Indians being called white, and then you have Latinos who sometimes are white, sometimes being classified as black. Like you can look up examples of it. So we do have to disaggregate. Only Mel Cruz, who's next?
Okay, up next is gonna be Cool Breeze. You got the mic. You got 2 minutes, Cool Breeze.
Hey, what's going on, Brother Marcel? And thank you for allowing me to speak. To add what you guys are saying, a lot of people have said a lot of good talking points as well. One of the things that, just like you guys mentioned, black on black crime does not exist. And we're talking about other groups, you don't hear about Mexican on Mexican crime. You have the Irish mob, you got Irish on Irish crime and all these other things. And a part of another thing, they're doing these type of things. They highlight crime in our communities is because the higher the crime rate, the lower the land and to get real estate. And probably someone that's in real estate probably can elaborate a little bit more than I can, but this is something that they use to gentrify our people. So a land developer or an investor, they can come in and buy the land for dirt cheap. They can buy the whole neighborhood for under X amount of dollars. Then so the higher the crime rate, the lower it lowers the neighborhoods and stuff. And they come in and they gentrify. They come in, fix it up, and start making the prices more than what it is. And then that pushes our people out, and then they bring their people in into our communities. And another thing too, and I'm make things short. We can someone mentioned as well. We can police our own neighborhoods. We can have private security in our neighborhoods where we can police our own people and stuff like that, because they always over police our neighborhoods. This is part of why they highlight crime in our areas, because there's a lot of crime in a lot of suburban areas that don't get highlighted. A lot of from drug dealers, they live in the suburban areas. They're not in the hood or whatnot. They're in these high areas. They hide out there and all this other stuff. So they always try to use crime to and I'm laying here to take over our neighborhoods. And I yield the mic.
Yes, they do. And I just found it, y'all. Finally found it, a jumbotron. It's not coming up yet, but pretty much there are 17,985 U.S. police precincts in America. Guess how many report crime? Around a little over 10,000.
Guess how many? Guess the racial demographics of the ones that don't report crime. Majority white. So we really want to believe the FBI crime statistics? Remember, they only show who's been arrested for a crime, not who's been convicted. And they don't show all the time Black Americans are wrongly convicted and later exonerated. And this is not saying that there are not Black Americans that have committed violent crimes. They have, and I think they need to burn. They need to be put under the jail and stay there. But this is also saying it's still less than 1%. It's still saying that you are not going to blame the 99.9% of Black Americans for what the less than 1% does. That's not going to fly. They ain't going to fly at all. It's also saying that even with that less than 1%, had we been born in the world where we inherited the wealth we are owed, they probably would have never become criminals at all. So if we want to talk about crime, let's talk about the conditions that foster crime. That's why when people ask me what's my plan about policing, not necessarily police brutality, but just policing in general, I said my attitude about fighting crime is you fight conditions that cause crime. All right? Only Mel Cruz. Who we have next?
Okay, up next is Afro Elite. You got it, Afro.
Y'all don't forget my donation link in the Jumbotron. It's the first bullet point that's to the end.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna have to drop down. I want to say not only do they fix the numbers, sometimes they're just more bold with it. Sometimes it's just a complete double standard of if we do it, it's a crime. If they do it, it's not a crime. We can look at all of
That
the times when
happens a lot.
Exactly. We can look at all of the times when after like a football game or some sporting event where white folks, and this happens all of the time, white folks go to their own neighborhoods, start breaking and stuff, vandalizing and destroying property. And the news reports it as, quote, kids having fun or they had too much to drink. Yet you do it as a Black person and you have the SWAT team out there. You have the Coast Guard, people getting locked up left and right. It's on the news. You're a terrorist and all of that stuff. Professor Black Truth, he talks on this often too. When a Black person does anything, if a Black person is accused of any type of sexual misconduct, is automatically labeled as a rape and nothing but that. But a white person does something and it's called sexual misconduct until proven otherwise. There's just complete, in many cases, there's just complete double standards when it comes to crime, where if we do it, it's a murder. If they do it, it's a manslaughter. If we do it, it's first degree. If they do it, it's second degree. So not only do they hide it, anytime they do report it, sometimes they're like, yeah, well, you know what, it's not as bad because a white person did it. But what I also wanted to get up here and say before I leave is that when you count up all of the violent crimes and you see the disproportionate amount of rape that white society commits, and we can already assume that that's underreported. White society actually commits far more violent crimes than Black society does, just out of rape alone. That takes them way over the top. We're pretty much, if you look at the 2019 FBI statistics, which all of these white supremacists quote from, when you add up all the violent crime, they're way ahead of us, even statistic wise. And the FBI is not like they're in favor of Black people either. This is the same FBI that killed Dr. King, that killed Malcolm X, that killed Fred Hampton,
Spy
put drugs in the community.
Because she had the audacity to do concerts to help out the civil rights movement. Yeah, the FBI is not our friends. I mean, what's the Oregon's name? Hoover. Hoover was cooking books and framing Black activists and targeting them left and right. That's the origins of the FBI.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll land there. Like, even if you got to take everything with a grain of salt. Every single thing they say, you have to take it with a grain of salt. And thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Who's next, Mel?
Juicy Genius, you're up.
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Peace and power to the fam. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in space.
Let me just say again, and I really do mean my condolences to the friends and the family, the fans. I forgot to say that, the fans and the people who work with Takeoff. I love the Migos. Okay, love them, love them, love them, love them, love them, love them. But I know that for people who actually knew Takeoff,
this is a person, and there's many young black men who we do lose disproportionately to violence. But this is not. It is dehumanizing to then try to take this tragedy and try to use it to promote an anti-black American myth and lie.
Thank you so much for that, Marcel. It's a pretty somber day because this group really created a whole wave. Takeoff was one of my favorite Migos artists. Very talented young man, and a lot of people have misconceptions about the type of music that they rap. If you notice, some of their songs were really positive, and if I just read off a lyric, "Life is a monopoly. Go cop me some land and some property," and that, from my perspective, that's educating their fan base on investment and real estate. Um, I don't like how some celebrities are using, good people that are in the music industry. And when something bad happens to them, they did this with Young Dolph. He was just going to pick up cookies and supporting a small Black business, and using that as a proxy to say, we're such a violent people, and this violent music is, creating this violent culture. When we're not the ones storming into schools, shooting up kids. We're not the ones going to Las Vegas and shooting up concerts. We're not the ones going into grocery stores, killing grandparents. That's not what we are doing as a people. And I just don't like how they use one-off incidents as a means to represent the entire Black American nation. Migos Slim are not even really from the city of Atlanta. They're from the north. If y'all hearing the music, they always talk about the north, and that's more of a suburb area. Takeoff was they're all family, actually. Y'all know the Offset's the uncle. Quavo's the uncle of his older sister was her son.
Yeah, she raised them, didn't she? Like what? They were raised by
his sister.
Right, something like that.
Quavo's sister. She has a much older sister, and Takeoff was the youngest of the Migos. But he was very laid back, very quiet. Y'all didn't hear even local news. It wasn't a whole bunch of scandals and schemes. And I'm talking about throughout their history of their music career and their rise to fame. You didn't just hear Migos, in the news nationally or locally about bad things all the time, or just being menaces. They just provided good music, good entertainment. When we go out, we always got Migos in the playlist. When we working out, Migos is in the playlist. And so this was just it's really just an unfortunate day here. I'm waiting to hear back from some of my media people to find out where the vigils, where the candle lighting and different vigils things that may be going on. So I'm just kind of trying to wait for that information right now. But this is a big L for the culture. It's a big L just for the Black community. And I want more people to just honor their music and what imprint they made on our community in a positive way. And
it stops acting like he deserved to die, because so I hear people saying, and I'm not taking shots at anyone here. I hear people saying, "Well, why he was there? He has the right to be there." We are the only look. You will see Shane LeBeau. What's that white actor, Shane LeBeau? He comes down to Savannah all the time and goes in all these CD spots in Savannah all the time. He likes to go to the Black spots to get some soul food. He know they're gonna get you food down here be on top. And no one will ever question why he's here. The Migos are descendants of people who built this nation. If anyone has a right to go wherever they want to go, they should. Don't mean it's the wisest thing, but even if it wasn't, don't be. And someone already explained he was doing a album promotion party, but people are acting almost like, it's almost in a sense like, oh, he made a dumb decision, he deserved it, or well, what he expect. That is the most dehumanizing thing. And then using his death to promote this anti-Black American, we don't love ourselves lie. It's disgusting. And
from my understanding, it was just kind of like somebody got angry, and someone from his camp or his team shot first and accidentally hit him. Yeah. And they responded
to do with.
Yeah, because he wasn't even in the way. He was standing out of the way.
He said he wasn't in the dice game. He was more in bored, just laying back and talking, and he gets shot in the head. You see? So, Molly Bell Cruz, who's next?
Okay, so thanks for bringing that up, Juicy Genius. Yeah, that's yes. AD, you are up. You got 2 minutes. You can unmute your mic.
How you guys doing? I just wanted to, when I saw the title, I was like, man, here we go again. Because, to me, when people say black on black crime, I mean, that, to me, that's just political football. Because when people only bring that up, they only bring it up as a deflection of what you are not going to be doing for black people. Because every single time when it comes down to reparations, when it comes down to economic equity, when it comes to fair opportunities, when it comes to not gerrymandering or redlining districts, what do they always say? Oh, crime. Oh, violence. Oh, the music. When it's really white. I'm from Long Beach, right? That's where I was born. And at them Rolling Loud concerts, all you see are white people, right? They are a major consumer of all this kind of violence, and they profit off
They're
of that image.
They're the main consumers of it.
Exactly. So, I think like from a moving forward aspect, right? We as a community have to really, every time someone even gets to a hint of saying anything to do with crime or about what you're not going to do for black people, black or white, they need to be canceled. They need to be shut down. Because you have these kind of agents, or you have like white folks, Hispanics, Asians, or immigrants, or wherever they come from, who try to rationalize about why you shouldn't do something to black people, but you want to give $40 billion in a month to Ukraine. You want to start an Asian hate crime bill. You want to allocate resources to slave owning Native Americans, but you don't want to do anything for black people. Like at this point, like no, like every person who's something, they need to be shut down. Go for their pockets. Go for everything that they have, because this is dangerous, right? Even some of the stuff that people say or do in the media on politics can affect people's lives for generations. And we're seeing it unfold right now with this whole Kanye situation. Him making a statement about essentially like we are the original Shemites, right? Which, it's in the book. I mean, they should just read it. But, look what they do to him. Public lynching, right? If anything, that alone, that is the real anti-Semitism right there. That is real anti-black right there. You want to shut down the origins and the history, or the accomplishments, or even the right for these people to live and prosper on their own merit with fairness and equity, right? But then they want to come around and tell us, oh, what we can't do, or about what they can't do to us. So I'm about to hop off, but every single person, it don't matter if they're a friend, if they're your wife, someone shut them down. That's all I have to say.
So, y'all, I'm about to wrap this up, close it at 1. This has been great. Of course, the topic, the incident that spurred this has not been great. Obviously, y'all know I mean that. I mean, the discussion has been.
Before you go, can I say one more thing before you go?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What I was gonna say about Offset, y'all do know that these people when you sign on for these people, y'all might have said this before I came in, that all of these rappers and stars have insurance policies on them. So there's that. Also, here in Raleigh, the current city mayor that's here, she took away zoning. I'm going back to what you were speaking about earlier. She took zoning away, gerrymandering, all of that is going on here in Raleigh. She took money from developers. Now in the city where I was born at, I have to use a GPS. I happen to confront her 3 times and to let her know what she's doing. But y'all, when they're doing these statistics about crime, the zip code that was once ours is now not ours, but we still have a sprinkle in there. But
They
why
will
is it?
They will do that.
Why is it that the crime has not changed, but the zip code is the same, but the people there are white?
Let me tell you why. They do that. Someone mentioned it. Someone mentioned something with real estate, with realtors. They do,
Yeah.
yes, cool breeze. They do that to do a modern day form of redlining. They do that to lower black property values so they can come in and gentrify it easier. Oh yes, they do that. Y'all, I've learned so much.
You're right, because in that area where they took my grandmother's house, the median amount was 27,000, but they're selling houses in that area for over 500,000. Make that make sense.
They will do that, y'all. So y'all, when people do these talking points, we don't love ourselves, we can't spend mouths to love us. Understand that's dangerous. Understand the danger of black on black crime. Do y'all know where the black on black crime comes from? It started during the days of slavery. Look up some of the arguments against abolishing slavery. They said, what are these Negroes going to do besides fight and kill each other all day? These were what the enslavers were saying. How dare them? This is an old anti-black American trope with deep, deep roots and deep anti-black American hatred, and we must confront it and shut it down. I'm not saying we have to respond to trolls every single second. Y'all, trolls would do that to try to exhaust us. But when people have big platforms and they are espousing it, it must be stopped. I'm not saying 19 Keys meant any malice with what he said. He could be talking out of sincerely being heartbroken about seeing one of our own being killed. But still, it doesn't change the fact that those words, someone said we have to be careful about the words and language we use. We really, really do. Only Mel Cruz, anything you'd like to say before we close it down? And thank you.
One last thing, I want to drop some free game. If y'all want to file anything at the courts, I just found this out. I don't know if y'all know this. If you want to file anything in the court, whether you want to sue someone for custody, etc., all you got to say is that I need the indigenous forms, and those fees will be waived. I mean, you can file for free. I did it. I just want to drop that game. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your goddess. Only Mel Cruz.
Yeah, I just want to say this was an awesome conversation, a great space.
It went very well.
Yeah, and I'm happy to have been a part of it. And Juicy Genius, I'm so glad you came back up and redirected us again on takeoff, because yeah. All right.
Thank y'all. Love y'all. That's why I do what I do. Trust me. You don't get a gold star standing up for our people, but you will get it, and you'll get it from, and I don't want to bring religion into it, but you'll get it from whom it matters, and you'll get it when it matters the most. There is a certain sense of satisfaction in doing what you know is the right thing to do, even when it's not the easy or popular thing to do. And I'm not talking about me only. I'm talking about all of us. Those of you who did the pull-ups, who did the rallies, who are doing things that may never get any attention, that people don't know about, or you might have tweeted out something you did and no one retweeted it or liked it. Just know that I do believe that we do get back the energy we put out. And sometimes we don't always see how, and sometimes we don't always know when, but I believe that. So thank y'all. Take care.